Hello and welcome to Fracturing of Chicago. Very special session tonight. Something different from what you're usually about to expect. But first, let's go ahead and introduce our cast.
I'm Zorator, tonight I'm playing Luke Pierce, and that's it.
I'm Kieran, aka Caradan Zero, and tonight I am playing Jack Cannon Davis.
I'm Rachel, and I am playing Elise.
Alright, what's up, LARPers? I'm Joe Jotaro. I play Alec Ace Martinez, CIA.
I'm Phoebe, and I'll be playing Rosa Hernandez.
Nice to meet you all. I am Gavarok, and tonight I'll be playing Horatio Ballard. Of the Venture, of course.
Hello, I'm Ethan. Tonight I'll be playing Khaled, the Nosferatu primogen.
Hello everyone, my name's Beck, and tonight I'll be playing Sierra Van Buren.
And I'm Bunny. I'll be playing as Annabelle, Horridor primogen.
The jewel of the Camarilla, strained, cracked, and fractured under pressure. In the 3 months since Prince Jackson's disappearance, the city of Chicago has been on the precipice of chaos, carved into multiple territories and budding alliances, fiefdoms that make up the fracturing facade. Recent events, however, have pushed Chicago's Camarilla to begin mending bridges. The flare-up of the Second Inquisition and rearing head of the Sword of Cain means Chicago can no longer afford to be divided. An Elysium has been called to take place within the club Asylum. Appropriate vessels have been delivered by the circulatory system. The employees of the Asylum, Chad and Jazz, have been hard at work decorating the Asylum for this exclusive, invite-only gathering this Sunday. Guards that Elise Varil have procured from the Sinaloa cartel stand at attention throughout the club. We open on Elise, as she's standing within the entranceway, awaiting for the first and most important arrivals, the power players of the city. She stands looking through the door to the drive-by area, staring at the metal art sculpture across the street, illuminated by blue light, a crisscross of bent steel beams twisted together, almost looking like a rose, almost an ironic expression of Chicago's current climate, a series of unyielding metal pieces twisted and bent into place. Chad arrives, breaking Elise out of her thoughts. Ma'am, just thought I'd give you an update. The guards are stationed throughout the asylum and Jazz is tending to the decor. The refreshments are currently in the kitchen on standby when needed, meticulously labeled and by type and disposition. Is everything okay with you, ma'am?
Yes, thank you, Chad. Keep an eye on Jazz and take care of yourself tonight, okay?
Yeah, you take care of yourself too, ma'am.
I will.
With that, Chad leaves, leaving you standing there in the entranceway, where a black limousine pulls up. The first VIP arrives. The door is opened, and the Seneschal of Chicago, Alan Sovereign, emerges. He's in an expensive, well-fitted suit, and he has designer-round spectacles. Sovereign betrays his attire by his body language and posture, eyes darting around behind his glasses, fingers interlocked at his torso, as he's hunched over as he approaches towards the asylum entrance. Sovereign's pinched face has been drawn tight around his thin, pointy nose, a weasel-like facade with short white hair combed over to the side. As Sovereign enters the asylum, he frees one of his hands and reaches over to shake yours, Elise, and he says, Miss Varil, I've heard so much about you. Pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Alan Sovereign.
It's wonderful to meet you. Pleasure is all mine.
Thank you so much for using this place as a hosting this place for our gathering tonight. It means a lot,
Oh,
considering
of course.
your position.
I mean, I wouldn't be in this position if it hadn't been for Annabelle, so please, by all means, thank her for offering.
Well, very well. It's a very lovely place as he starts to enter with you, looking around at the decor, the flowers throughout this grand open hall. And he says to you, well, I assume you have a room for us to parley?
I do, yes. There's a VIP room. Would you like me to take you there, or...?
No, it's fine. Just point me in the direction and I'll make my way.
Of course, it's just right up those stairs across the way.
Oh, well. He starts making his way up the stairs. And at this point, this is where I'm going to ask Lou, because Lou is currently staying at the asylum. Would Lou be keeping a low profile, just kind of chilling out in the basement, or would he be out and amongst it? What's Lou doing at the moment?
Yeah, I have little interest in this other than knowing I have to talk to this person.
So, my next question then is to the power players of Chicago, because I would hazard that one of them would arrive first before one of the other coterie members. So, who would be the first to arrive? Very well. So, Elise, you go back out to the entranceway to greet the next important VIP, waiting patiently. It doesn't take too long before... Well, how does Annabelle arrive, is what I want to know.
Well, Annabelle arrives in an opulent, stretched Hummer, black with red adornments, of course, with some rose petal designs inside. There seems to be some red neon lights coming from underneath the vehicle, and there is some club music that is pulsing within. When it comes to a stop, the driver will step out of their side of the vehicle, wrap around to where the guests would be, and open it. The fog would billow out onto the side of the street, kind of like an ethereal red carpet. And then one slender leg would emerge from within, and then another, and into frame arrives a stunning feminine figure with deep red hair, striking eyes, blood red lips, and a personality that is capable of paralyzing anyone within the vicinity.
So, the first meeting between Annabelle and Elise is about to take place. Elise, you've heard a lot about Annabelle these past few nights. Finally have a face to the name. Take it away.
Annabelle will walk towards the building. She has only the most expensive of perfumes on, cosmetics on to a razor fine point. And she will knock on the door, expecting to be welcomed in royally.
The guards are going to be the ones who would open the door for you, and I'll be waiting right there. Annabelle, I am assuming. It is wonderful to see you.
It is a pleasure to see you, darling. Look at what you're wearing. Goodness.
Oh, yes. Thank you so much. It doesn't hold a candle to you, obviously, of course.
I mean, just between us girlies, you might be on the same par as me. You really know how to dress to kill, aren't you?
Oh, thank you.
You're
so sweet.
Yeah.
I just want to say how much I appreciate you giving me and my meager club the opportunity to host this Elysium. I was shocked that you would extend an olive branch like that. So thank you. I appreciate it.
To say meager would be to underestimate your club. Your club has been quite the talk of the town.
Oh, it has.
It has. It is just. It is so rich in its art. It is so beautiful. I can almost taste it on my tongue.
Oh, thank you, Annabelle. I know that you are actually the first second one here. There's another. What was his name, Chris?
Alan Sovereign, the Seneschal of Chicago.
Alan. Okay. Alan actually just arrived. He's up in VIP. I'm assuming you're going to want to sit with him. I do want to talk to you tonight, but of course, I don't want to take up all of your time.
No, you have all the time in the world with me, dear. In fact, would you mind if I stood with you, greeting the guests?
Of course. Of course. I wouldn't be here if it hadn't been for you, so you are absolutely welcome to stand here.
Nonsense, Elise. If it wasn't, even if I didn't extend an olive branch, you would definitely find a way to make a place for yourself. You are something.
Thank you, Annabelle. That means a lot coming from you.
What is that perfume I smell? What are you wearing?
Oh, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's just my own. It's just something from when I was a human. Something that I keep around.
Oh, I knew I tasted nostalgia. I love it. There's nothing that quite replicates. Oh, I love it.
Thank you so much.
And with that, you two wait for the next arrival. Now, my question goes to who of the power players would arrive next, or if any of the coterie members would arrive early?
Ballard might want to arrive with something of a quickness.
Very well.
So he may be next.
Ballard arrives early, but not very early. So about maybe 10 minutes early or so to the official start time of this thing. How does Ballard arrive?
A impressive but not necessarily garish and attention-grabbing limo rolls along. The sort of car that you'd get out of the way of, but you wouldn't follow with your eyes as it goes by. It's nice and speaks to power, but doesn't speak to the center of attention. Rolls along quietly. Some suited, goonish figures would get out first and open the door for him as Horatio Ballard, gracefully, despite the image, rolls out. Ballard looks kind of like a boulder. He has short hair, no beard, so suspend your disbelief as you look into this window. I'm not shaving for this, sorry. He has just the largest frame, fully round, excessively corpulent, a lifetime of eating everything that crossed his path and an unlife of drinking everything that crossed his path. But there is nothing but confidence in his bearing, and the first thing that perhaps you would notice if you look at him closely is that his girth, it doesn't move right. It doesn't sort of shake and wobble the way you would expect it to. It is again like a boulder, very controlled. He looks deeply unnatural. He does not look like a person, or at least like anything of a person should, almost like a terrifying caricature. But he has a cautious smile on his face, and he draws himself up and stomps along towards the entrance.
The guards open the door, look at your invitation, let you in, and that's when you see Annabelle and Elise. I believe, Bunny, sorry, you had a question.
Yes, if Annabelle was seeing Horatio, or rather hearing Horatio coming, she would probably lean in to Elise's ear, if I may. That is Horatio Ballard, richest man in Chicago. Very powerful. I would be careful if I was you.
I think that's great advice for the entire evening. Thank you, Annabelle.
You're welcome.
That whole exchange happened while you were showing your invitation, getting it out, and once you get out your invitation and are let through, that's when you see both Elise and Annabelle there. Are there any words you want to speak to either of them?
Annabelle. I would have expected fashionably late.
Usually, but I couldn't help myself. It was such an occasion. I mean, Horatio, look at the place. Isn't it beautiful?
I had all the flowers flown in fresh to make sure it was up to Toreador standards, of
I can
course.
smell it.
It is a very respectable showing. I shall leave the aesthetics to your clan, of course. Well, I see that without the late, you have, of course, settled for fashionable, Annabelle. It is a pleasure to see you as always.
Oh, and I am delighted to see you too, Horatio.
And you must be our bold and daring host, Elise Farrell.
I am. It is wonderful to meet you. Would you prefer I call you Mr. Ballard, Horatio?
I think we can dispense with overall formalities. You are my host tonight. You may call me by my name. Horatio will be fine.
What a rarity.
Horatio it is.
I have business that I would discuss with you and your compatriots. I require a meeting with you. That is not a request.
Of course. I would love to meet with you, Horatio, and see what we can do for you.
There are things you must hear. But business for later. Tell me, who else is here now?
So far, you, Annabelle, and Alan. Alan is up in the VIP area where I believe the business of tonight is going to be discussed.
I see. Well.
We also have some snacks.
I shall see what's on the menu. My thanks. I look forward to an enlightening evening. And I am sure that this place will be a delight to spend some time in.
I hope it is.
We'll speak later, Elise, and Annabelle, of course.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Horatio, as always.
Indeed. He will stomp on. Footsteps booming.
Yep, Ballard. I don't want to quite say waddle, but maybe waddle will be he kind of ambles off towards some people we can talk about and go through the refreshments for tonight, the type of dispositions they are, and see if they're matching your type. Now, it is at this point that a few people are going to arrive. Well, actually, is anyone else going to arrive early, is what I'll ask. Punctually. Okay, so just before Sierra arrives, that is where Brett Stryker comes striding up to the door. Long brown hair. He's wearing a jacket that has fur around the collar. He's holding it tight to himself, and he shows his invitation to the guards, eyeing them up, licking his lips as he does. And he approaches both Elise and Annabelle, and he says, Elise! Oh, my darling
Brett.
Annabelle. Oh, you two look so adorable together. I could just eat both of you up.
Not before I eat you, dear.
Oh, shall we make it a competition, my dear Annabelle?
Oh, I'm sure I'd win.
Oh, I don't doubt that, but at least give me a sporting chance.
No, I'll try.
Britt, sort of moves his hand towards Annabelle and just traces the side of her face around her cheek, and then notices you're there and says, "Oh, sorry. Are you prepared tonight, at least, for the soiree of the decade?"
I think I am as prepared as I can be, and I look forward to tonight's events.
You are in such wonderful hands, with Annabelle helping you with the greetings.
Honestly, I don't know if I could do it without her, to be honest.
Nonsense. You are doing perfectly fine. Red, have you seen the flowers? She flew them in fresh. Can you not smell it?
Oh, I thought I smelt an intoxicating aroma. I thought it was you, my dear.
Oh, you're so kind. Elise, please, give me your hand.
Of course.
She'll take the hand, and then take Brett's hand, and then lead Brett closer. Take him by the back of his head, and lean him down towards her wrist. Imbibe that smell, Brett. What does it smell like?
I smell a hint of nostalgia.
Yes, exactly my thoughts. Anything else? Anything on the tongue?
Not quite yet. And he kind of moves himself away. If you kept me there any longer, I wouldn't be able to control myself, and that'd be very rude. Elise, last time I was here, and his fangs are kind of showing at this point. The blood is excited within him. You told me when I was last here that it was window shopping only. I assumed that's changed for tonight.
Yes, it has. Tonight,
wonderful. Meat on the menu it is. All right, I shall make myself scarce. You have plenty of other guests to greet. Annabelle, I very much would like to see you again tonight. I don't know how much important business you have, but...
I would love to speak with you if you could spare the time.
Of course, for you, anytime. Give me an insight plus intelligence, please, Elise.
Okay.
I think Annabelle would lean in close. She actually hasn't stopped holding his hand. And leans in and smells the nape of his neck, going so far as to actually trace her fangs along one of the veins.
He quivers at that.
It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm trying to remember. You said insight and
insight
intelligence?
first. Yeah, you click on the button next to insight, and then you go intelligence on the drop-down menu.
You smell divine, Brett.
By the way, everyone will be at 1 hunger. So I'm going to be nice, and I'm going to say those 3 failures, you can re-roll them if you want to burn a willpower.
I assume Chris as well, we've recovered all our willpower.
Yeah, recovered all your willpower. Yep.
I failed miserably.
Yeah, so did you want to re-roll those 3 failures, or?
Sure, I'll guess so. Might as well, right?
Yeah, burn a willpower and...
3!
With a 3, that's enough to tell that Brett is acting unusually close with Annabelle tonight.
I kind of figured that, so okay.
I just thought, in case in case I wasn't obvious enough about it. So, with that, Brett is going to pull himself away, and he's going to go towards the club. Next up, we have Sierra Van Burris. How does Sierra arrive?
Sierra comes in a car driven by one of her ghouls. A sleek black car. I imagine it's very opulent. We'll say it's a Bentley. And the windows are so tinted that you just cannot see inside them at all whatsoever. Pulls out in the front of the asylum, and she gets out alone. It's only her and her driver in the car, but she is wearing a very simple, kind of tight-fitting black floor-length dress. Very minimalist sort of jewelry to this particular event. Though if you were to look closely, you'd notice that it is all very sort of expensive jewelry that she is wearing. And she's appearance-wise not very tall, probably only about 5.5 feet, and she has her hair done up tightly at the back of her head, and she walks into the asylum with purpose.
You walk to the door, show your invitation, and are welcomed in, and you see Elise and Annabelle. Now, does Annabelle have anything to say to Elise as Sierra is showing her invitation?
That is Sierra. She's curious one, shadow dancer. A La Sombra, if you didn't know. Just between us girlies. Be careful of her. And I mean it. And as she says that, Annabelle's face goes from playful to intensely serious. I'm not joking.
With that warning is when Sierra walks up to greet the host and also Annabelle.
Annabelle, how lovely to see you. It's been quite a while.
I know, I'm so pleased to see you here. I mean, I knew you were coming. That's why I dressed up. Do you like my hair? I dyed it just for you.
It's lovely. I absolutely love it. And your outfit, everything looking so wonderful.
I commissioned it to be the blackest black that I could ever get. Is it okay?
Of course. Those types of dyes are very hard to find. Even these days, you've done a wonderful job as always. It's to be expected.
Annabelle leans close quickly, almost too quickly, and scoops her hand to some of the jewelry. These are stunning. Where did you get them?
Trade secret.
Here.
And you must be Elise. I've heard a little bit about you. It's lovely to finally meet you.
It's wonderful to meet you, Sierra. It's okay if I call you Sierra, right?
Of course. I wouldn't expect anything else. You've done a marvelous job of preparing this place. You've been momentarily promoted to Keeper of Elysium, and it suits you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I hope that you have a wonderful time tonight.
I'm sure I will.
And I'm looking forward to speaking with you throughout the evening.
I'm looking forward to speaking to you and to your coterie as well. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting any of them, so it'll be wonderful.
Yes, I'm looking forward to it too.
Is anybody else here, Annabelle?
Yeah.
Apart from Annabelle.
Yes. There's Horatio showed up just shortly before you. We also have Alan and Brett.
Makes sense. The Ventro do like to be on time. I was worried I would be the first one here. That would have been rather awkward. Where might I find them, if you don't mind me asking?
They're kind of meandering around. I know a few of them went to go check out the refreshments, and
I see.
I believe Alan is up in the VIP room. All business, no play, it seems.
Elise, dear.
Yes.
Do you have any dysareas on display for this evening?
So Bronwyn and the circulatory system is who is providing the refreshments tonight, and I guarantee you whatever it is you're looking for will be available. So yes.
Isn't that wonderful, Sierra?
You've really done an amazing job. Thank you so much for having us here.
Yes, I couldn't have done it without Annabelle's help and connections.
I'm so proud of her.
She has done marvelously. I'll go up and keep the Seneschal company, I think. If he doesn't talk business with anyone in the space of about 5 minutes, I think he starts to go a little mad. So I will make sure of that.
You're funny.
And she will go off upstairs.
Head off to the VIP area. Before we go to Rosa, we're going to have a few people arrive, and I'm not going to go into detail for each one, The first one is Thea Noel McCrane. She arrives looking forward to a lovely night, extends her greetings to both of you before going off into the dance club. Next up, we have Amber Freeman and Belinda Birch. Amber is a young-looking kindred, and Belinda is a kindred that looks beautiful, but also looks plastic-esque, like a plastic mannequin. And as Amber arrives, she is got her phone as the guards are checking her ID, and she's doing a live stream, and she's like, "Thrive Hive here. We're gonna have an exclusive party tonight, but I'm not allowed to keep my camera on because it's a big hush hush, super secret, awesome event. But it is so super hype." And with that, she's gonna enter, turn off her live stream, and extend greetings to both of you. And then at this point is when Rosa will arrive. Now, Elise, you've met Rosa before, but does Annabelle have anything to say? Yes.
Yeah, when Rosa arrives,
Yep.
She's done a perimeter check as a wolf, and she'll turn out of her wolf form with a cigarette in her hand, take a deep breath of it in, and then flick it to the... on a wall, just out it, drop it, and show the invitation, walk on in.
Annabelle will kind of sniff the air. Oh, that has to be Rosa. Oh, she has such an interesting bouquet of flavors and scents. She's a bit simple, but incredibly dangerous. Be nice now.
Yes, I've run into Rosa a couple times.
We'll have to talk about it.
Not quite as exciting. She kind of got the upper hand on me a little bit.
Wow, I cannot wait to sink my teeth into that conversation.
And with that, Rosa approaches the two. Any words spoken?
Hey, Elise. Hi, Annabelle. This place looks like an Elysium.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's good to see you again, Rosa.
Yeah.
How have you been?
There's been a lot happening. There's a lot going on in Chicago. How have you been?
Same. There's been a lot happening, and I'm sure you heard what happened to T.
Yeah.
So it's, like you said, it's been a lot.
Yeah.
But it's good to see you.
Thanks. Losing people sucks.
It does.
It never gets easier, does it?
No.
I'll take your word for it. Well, welcome to my club. Make yourself at home. There's a few people here who I'm sure you can mingle with. We also have refreshments provided by Bronwyn and the circulatory system. I hope to catch up with you later on in the evening.
Yeah, that'd be good. Cool.
I would actually like to have a conversation with you too, Rosa, later in the evening, of course.
Really?
Of course.
Okay, fine. I'll head up to see Ellen then, and she'll just walk off.
And then she does.
Interesting woman, isn't she?
She's nice when you get to know her, I think.
Oh, and I have gotten to know her. Well, tried to at least. She has a barrier up. Can't blame her though, not with everything that we have to go through.
Agreed.
And next up, we have, I believe, Jack. Actually, there's going to be some other kindred that will come in. I'm just going to name them by name. There's going to be Bennett Stedman and Azuli. No sign of a D's. They will greet you, Elise, and they will say if you need to speak with it, because I believe you wanted to speak with the D's some point tonight. And they said, he'll be around at some point tonight. Next up, we have Sun Chi of the Tremere, and she is a very young, bubbly-looking girl, and she seems very excited about being out of the Chantry, and she sees that she's the only Tremere that is going to be in attendance tonight. Next up, we have Matteo Garcia, a Toreador whose sire unfortunately passed away during the Fire at Bliss, a club outside of Chicago. But he's coming arm in arm with a young-looking lady. He says her name is Lisa, but then she says her name is Lena, and then he just kind of dismisses that and says it's Lisa. It's kind of like it's almost like he doesn't care, but she doesn't mind too much because she's too enraptured by him. He walks through, and then that is when I think Jack will arrive.
So Jack walks up. He's not wearing his normal camo jacket. He's found something that looks a little bit more respectable, sort of black resin jacket, kind of like the one that I'm wearing right now, but he's still not dressed to the nines. It's pretty clear that he wouldn't own something that would completely fit in. His hammer arm is held in a sling at his side, but it seems to be held even closer to his chest, almost like he's trying to hide it tonight.
So when Jack walks in, he doesn't have to worry about giving an invitation because the guards know he's allowed in and out as he pleases. But Annabelle, this is the first time you've seen the fabled Zanisi in the flesh.
And who might you be, my scrumptious little thing?
Annabelle, this is Jack. He's a member of our coterie, and honestly, I trust him with my life. He has been at my side since the whole Inquisition situation.
Wow.
Can't sing his praises enough.
To trust another kindred with your life that is quite the statement. Annabelle will actually begin to walk around him, her hand kind of caressing against his shoulders, his lower back even. And then she will sniff the back of his scalp. You smell quite peculiar. Dare I say a little wild.
Jack normally holds himself with the posture and the discipline of a man who spent many years in the military, and he's holding himself maybe a little more stiff tonight.
And also, may I remind you, Kieran, this is the first time that you've seen Elise since you ran away from that situation the night beforehand. So maybe a little bit more apprehension as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And he'll turn to Elise and to Annabelle as well. And sorry, what was it that you said, Bun?
You smell, dare I say, a little wild.
Not particularly used to being around so many kindred. Tend to keep to myself.
Don't think of me as kindred. Think of me as Annabelle.
I'll keep that in mind. Elise, you're well?
Yes, considering the evening we have ahead of us, I think I'm as well as I can be. It's a lot to plan in Elysium in such short notice.
And you have done.
I would have loved
so
to have
well.
more time.
You've done so well, considering.
Thank you. What about you, Jack? How are you doing? I haven't seen you. Got really busy.
Well, I'd prefer not to be here, but I think it might be worse for me if I'm not. If there's anything you need from me, let me know.
Just help with security where you can. It might help you keep your mind off the situation.
Funny.
Annabelle, a pleasure.
Oh.
And he extends his hand.
She puts out her hand, gloves on, and expects a kiss.
Jack will bring the hand close enough to breathe on it, but not make contact.
Tease. I can see why Elise likes you so much.
And Jack will nod and walk inside.
Very formal man, isn't he?
Military type. He comes in handy. He's very helpful, very useful. He saved my life multiple times.
I can only imagine. Annabelle would have, during the exchange between Elise and Jack, would have liked to use Scry the Soul on Jack.
Very well. All right. I'm just going to look up what the rolls are for that again. That is going to be a rouse check from Annabelle and an intelligence plus Auspex versus composure plus subterfuge from Jack.
Now, forgive me, is there a specific rouse button to choose?
At the very bottom.
Very bottom. Oh, rouse, there we go. I win, as always.
And now just intelligence plus discipline.
Yes.
We're just a few minutes in and already the rules of Elysium have been broken.
Only
I know.
Are they standing inside the club or just outside?
There's like an
we're in
entryway.
the
There's like an entryway that leads into the club. Like a
I was
little
going to
entryway
suggest
for
a
coaching.
loophole there, but not quite.
No.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
And you said intelligence aspects?
yeah. So that will just be intelligence plus discipline under Auspex. So if you go to Auspex, there'll be like 2 drop-down menus next to it.
Yeah.
And you can just go intelligence and then discipline.
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Bam, bam. This is some banger tracks, Aaron.
Truly.
Oh, absolutely.
No modifiers?
No modifiers. Unless you want to rouse the blood.
9 successes. I can read you like the back of my beautiful hand. Not a critical.
Emotional state of
Oh, it is
Jack.
a critical.
It is a critical. Emotional state of Jack.
Uncomfortable.
The resonance of your blood would be...
Did you say comfortable or uncomfortable?
Uncomfortable.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I was very
uncomfortable.
confused for a second.
Yeah.
His resonance would be melancholic. Whether the subject was vampire. Not under the influence of any blood sorcery. Whether the subject has committed diablerie in the last year. Which is a yes.
Interesting.
The black veins around, the black aura veins around him going off. I just need to figure out, because there's like a critical win, something unexpected happens. So just give me a second. I'll come back to what that is. Oh, I've got it. Okay.
Oh.
He has.
Should I
when
look
would
at
you
my
say you last
DMs
changed your
or-
appearance?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, it would have been like within the last couple of months. It would have been like in that time leading up to Jack joining the coterie, like sort of time to time in that period where he was on his own.
It has
he
been
would change his appearance.
It's been it's been within a year that he's changed his appearance.
Yeah.
Do I know like exactly like the magnitude of the appearance change, or just that he has changed his appearance?
I'm just gonna say he has changed his appearance.
And you
that's what you get
said
with your critical.
9 months? What was you saying?
Within the year.
Within the year.
It's been within a year.
Okay.
That he's changed his appearance. So next up, I believe it is Khaled. So how does Khaled enter?
There's a man walking down the street just outside. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed. Your average Joe. He's even wearing a local mart store, carrying a bag on his side. Looks like he's on his way home from work. The most John Smith person you've ever seen. So easy to ignore. And yet he pauses for a moment at the bus stop, looks around, and then turns back towards the club, makes his way through, and hands his invitation out of his plastic bag.
They read through that, and Annabelle, I dare say you might not know exactly who this is.
Would I be permitted a Sense the Unseen roll?
Yes, go for it. So that would be Khalid if...
Be contested against my Mask of 1,000 Faces.
No modifier again?
Yeah, wits plus all specs for you, Annabelle, and I'm going to assume you know what the role is, Ethan, because you've got an encyclopedic knowledge.
Indeed.
Look at these power players over here just flaunting Elysium rules because they're old.
10 successes with a messy critical.
Damn it.
Ooh,
5 successes.
You have the paranoia compulsion, Khalid. You're very paranoid about tonight. And this is going to be the case for the first scene as we come in.
And does Khalid come up to the both of us?
What do you do when you enter, Khalid?
Again, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 5'7" man hands the invitation in, says, "Thank you very much. It's been a long day at work." And as soon as they sort of step past one of the guards and their vision is blocked of Khalid, all of a sudden this monstrous 6'7" creature just steps out in a suit and a bowler hat with a cane at their side, making their way across, eyes down, hidden away. They slowly approach with the echoing of their fancy shoes through the area. And this hideous creature that has these burn marks that look like they're from the sun, and these bat-like teeth and this little scruff of hair on their chin, sidles up slowly, stands with a bit of distance between themselves, Annabelle and Elise, and just tips their hat slightly. Annabelle? Elise. Clan Toreador.
Yes. And you are?
I am Khalid. Nosferatu Primogen. Though I don't suspect you know me.
I don't, but I am new to Chicago.
Oh.
It's nice to meet you, though.
Don't take it personally. It's kind of his job to not be known.
Nosferatu, I assume.
As to be expected of your clan, tell me, Elise, how are you enjoying being this flavor of the week?
I mean, I'm a Toreador. Of course I love it. See if I can get it to last a little longer than a week, though.
Yes, Annabelle's last one didn't last very long, isn't that right, Annabelle?
Oh, well, you know, everything has an expiration date. Right, Khalid?
You would be correct.
I love the hat.
Thank you. Well, we will talk, Elise. I have some things I want to show you.
I'm very interested in seeing them. There are refreshments inside, as well as people mingling. If you are, I'm assuming you are here for the big business VIP room.
Yes,
is where you're gonna want to be.
You might want to place 2 guards around the back. I simply waltzed in.
Annabelle's eyes look to Elise. She smiles, plays with her hair, and then back to Khalid. Thank you.
I'll get guards in the back immediately. Thank you for letting me know.
Of course. Security is our top priority.
Of course.
And without another word, Khalid will sidle up towards where they already know the rest are.
So
I'm going to immediately walk up to my guards after that.
And you chastise them a little bit and tell them where to go. You talk to Chad and he reorganizes where the guards are. Now, what I want to know is, Khalid, when you walk in, you likely would have spotted Jack. Would have you stopped to engage in conversation, or you just kind of kept a mental note that must be one of the other members that you've heard so much?
I think I'm too wary of everyone and making sure that I know exactly where everything is right now. I don't want to talk to Jack unless I have the upper hand. One-on-one might not be wise. I don't know who he's working for.
Very well. And so you walk to the VIP room. Now, next that comes in...
If you don't mind.
Yeah, go for it.
Because Horatio did not walk up to VIP immediately. When he arrived, Alan was the only one up there, and he's not going up there to talk to Alan. So he's been lingering back, and he hasn't gone up. As different people have gone up, he's taken note of who has, and he's made him. He's taken his ease in a more public area and enjoyed the grossed out looks that he gets from plenty of people that once annoyed him, but now mostly just feed him. And as Khalid, unassumingly makes his way, Ballard would just move himself forward and Khalid.
Mr.
So good.
Ballard.
So good to see you on the surface. I do wonder how things fare down below.
I'm sure you think about it all the time. What is the saying? As above, so below.
You wish. Nonetheless, I have been thinking about you and yours a little more often lately, I will admit. You've been very interesting.
It sounds like you want something from me, Mr. Ballard, before any of us have even had the chance to discuss anything.
I want things from everyone. From you, however, I'm just watching. You have piqued my interest. And I thought you might like to know that.
How wonderful. To have the eye of a venture upon a Nosferatu, I am truly blessed this day.
You always did have a good head. Shall we?
Let us.
And with that, Horatio finally joins the VIP room with Khalid in tow. Now, next up that arrives would be Cretius, the Bruja Primogen. He arrives with in a sort of toga-like attire, very regal kind of tone, and he's arm in arm with a man of Indian descent, from the looks of it. And he shows his invitation, walks in, and comes up to both of you and says,
Would I be able to actually say something before he comes up? Thank you. That is Creation. Bruja Primogen. Have you met him?
Yes, I'm actually very familiar with Cretius. He has helped the coterie multiple times. One of the coterie mates is pretty close to him.
Which one?
Ace. He's gotten some help considering how young he is.
How young was he again? Oh.
Like 6 months?
That's right. Oh,
yeah.
Darling thing. Well, as always, be careful, but he has a good head on his shoulders. Good heart.
I agree he does.
Elise, Annabelle, I see you have flocked yourself to the latest rose.
What can I say? I'm very interested in what she does.
Of course you would be.
She smells so good. It's a pleasure to see you again, Creatures.
Indeed, I wish it was under better circumstances.
Yes.
But needs must be met.
Not to worry, we will find a solution, of course, by the night's end.
By the way, this is my lover, Mudavir.
Ah.
he shall be enjoying tonight while I deal with the stuffy, boring politics.
Annabelle will reach forward for their hand. If consent, she'll look at Cretius and then at them.
Cretius will give you a weary look, but allow it.
Take the hand and kiss the top. Look them in the eyes, kind of giggle a little bit, and then let go. You chose well. I'm happy for you.
Indeed. But the time for idle chit-chat is not now. We have important business we need to partake in. When you're done peacocking, Annabelle, I expect to see you up there post-haste.
Of course. Not everyone is here, Cretius, which is why I'm here.
Indeed. Well, I am going to make my leave now, and Elise, I haven't had the chance to talk with Ace yet about tea. But do extend my sympathies, and I do wish to speak with my boy tonight.
Yeah, I'm sure he would appreciate that. We've all taken T's sacrifice a little hard.
Very well. I shall talk to you later, Annabelle.
With that, Cretius makes his way to the VIP room.
Annabelle would wait for Cretius to go away and then turn to Elise. I wanted to wait until a little later, but I have a gift for you.
A gift? I mean, you've already given me so much.
No.
Being a keeper of Elysium.
No, dear. You've been through a lot, and no matter what you think of me, true or false, I know how difficult it is to lose someone. It's a pain like no other. We of the Rose, we feel. And when we feel loss, we feel it intensely. Just know you're not alone.
Thank you, Annabelle.
Of course.
Just to sort of move time forward, I think you'll have somebody deliver it here rather than go over, and we can go over what it is when it is delivered a little bit later on.
Yeah.
But the next guests are Maxwell and Eric Sharp. They arrive. Another one called Evan Klein, who's a Malkavian. There's a distance behind his eyes, and he seems extremely distracted, not even really making a greeting to both of you. But finally, the person who arrives a bit late, and we'll get to Ace momentarily, probably in the next little bit after we've had everyone meet in the VIP area. But the one that arrives before Ace is the Malkavian Primogen, Jason Uveri. He arrives with a smile plastered on his face, and he says, "Elise, Annabelle, such a lovely time to meet both of you. I mean, this is a pretty dire situation the city finds itself in right now."
Absolutely. And then she extends her hand, palm downward. It's so good to see you again.
Your etiquette is always beyond reproach, Annabelle. Kisses your hand.
Elise?
What?
Your hand? You are a keeper after all.
I am. I do tend to let.
Oh, do be gentle on her, Annabelle.
Me.
Do be gentle. She is but a budding rose right now.
I am not.
Much things to learn.
I feel like if I was to be hard on her, she would know. At least your hand.
Mm-hmm. I'll extend my hand out.
Kisses your hand, and he says, "I did want to say my sincerest apologies over what happened to T. Him and I were very close. He just told me that he was going to join our meetings together, and I'm sad that I didn't get to know him a lot better. I only started to crack the surface with that Malkavian."
I appreciate that, Jason. Thank you. His sacrifice was not in vain. It stopped Samson, thankfully. But yes, we do miss him.
Yes, indeed. The Sabbat arriving here is very troubling indeed. And, well... Annabelle, if you mind a moment that I can have with Elise, just in private.
I'm sure that will happen later. There is the Seneschal here if you want to speak with them, though.
Alan Sovereign is here.
Yeah.
Well, of course, he'd be prompt and punctual as always, unlike me, who's late. Sorry, I had to wrap some things up myself. Oh, my brain is scattered. Now, very well. Elise, I will have discussions with you later.
Of course.
Annabelle, I take it the other members of our menagerie are already here.
Yes, you are the latest one. We have been waiting with bated breath.
Of course, the most important one arrives last. Care to join me?
Of course. Elise, we will speak soon.
Looking forward to it, Annabelle.
I can hear it in
Jason.
his voice. Newbury? And then she, loops her arm with his. Let us go. What is that scent you're wearing? And then
I'm not really too sure.
She'll, walk off with him.
Yeah. Okay. And with that,
Elise breathes even though she doesn't need to breathe.
Now, we're going to cut to the VIP room. I'm going to assume there would have been some conversation that was had between the people in there. Unless we really want to cover that, we can just skip past that. And get to the point where Jason Newberry and Annabelle arrive. Now, there's a table here with everyone seated. Alan Sovereign at the head, just kind of looking down, looking through some notes. And as you all start to get seated in this room, does anybody say anything in particular to somebody else in this group?
Just a quick logistics question. Ballard's chair, is it the same size as everybody else's, and has he effectively eaten it?
It is. You would have found the most reinforced chair there.
Yes,
He's probably sitting on one of the built-in benches, probably not a chair, because there are also benches against the wall and things like that.
Is it comfortable?
Oh, it's covered in soft pillows and things like that, so you can scoot them around if you want.
He has not been disrespected, is the point. Yeah, good. Okay.
Yeah,
He is pleased with it and is not creating a scene. Continue.
When Jason Newberry walks in, he looks over everyone. Shit-eating grin on his face the whole time. Then he gets to Sierra, and the smile falters slightly. And he says, didn't expect someone like you to be here with us tonight. Did you get lost, perhaps?
Actually, the Seneschal was so kind as to invite me. I was on time. You are quite late.
Well, we can't start the proceedings without me, so...
Mr. Newberry, far be it from you, of course, to suggest that someone without an invitation could wander in to such a well-kept club as this.
Annabelle actually...
I'm sure you joke.
Slipped her arm away and, essentially, kind of leaves him on his own and joins the rest of the power players and stands next to Sierra, actually. Right next to her.
Elise has done a wonderful job. You wouldn't want to insult a member of Annabelle's clan, now would you?
That was not my intention at all. In fact, it was only my intention to say, to question maybe Mr. Sovereign as to why such a new face is allowed here at this table.
I retract my comment. Questioning Alan is a wonderful pastime.
He's actually been giving me some wonderful financial advice while we've been waiting for you to arrive, Mr. Newberry.
Well, you must have had a lot of time to discuss that, Sierra.
A very enlightening
conversation. Hush now, children. Hush. Mr. Newberry, you may have your dislike for Miss Van Boris. But I thought it best to invite everyone here because of their position of power or the influence they wield, in spite of my best interest at some points, as he kind of looks at Horatio when he says that. Just his glasses. He says, the fact is that Miss Van Boris is the lone La Sombra, well, one of the lone La Sombras in the city. And we are dealing with a coterie that has a La Sombra. So I only felt it fitting we bring her in.
I'm happy to represent them as best I can.
Of course, Mr. Sovereign. Perhaps we can discuss a lot of things tonight. Shall we begin?
Let's.
Yes, let's begin.
So, who wants to start this gathering, this little meeting that we have here? Well,
Seneschal.
I can bring Alexa in to give us a report, if it behooves everyone. Very well. He gets a little flip phone out, puts a message in, puts it back. My assistant is bringing Alexa now. A moment later, Alexa Santos arrives. She has a folder of printed documents. She nods at everyone politely. Oh, sorry, they. I always misgender Alexa, but they. They nod at everyone politely. And I'm going to send you all two things. Just give me 1 second to find it. Oops. Entertain yourselves while I look for this. I should have been more prepared.
Am I not beautiful?
DMCA. Sorry.
Here we go.
I'd glare at all the people Horatio hates, but they're all Chris's characters, so.
All right,
I'm
seeing
any
of
of
you.
Yes, arresting so wow.
Everybody is being very
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, Alexa passes off sheets for everyone, two sheets of paper for everyone to have. I've sent it into the Discord group. Alexa will say, these are the two reports. One of the 7 fires, 7 flames, and the other one on the coterie. Now, if you have any questions, I can stay here. I'll give you all a moment to read through.
Yeah.
Does anyone want to read it out loud?
I can do that.
Are we supposed to have the information? The coterie?
Nope. Nope.
Okay, I won't read it out loud then.
Oh no! It's fine to it's fine to read it out loud. It's fine to read it out loud.
VIP.
No.
No code.
Yeah. Elise is not in the room at all.
Question.
Not in VIP.
With the VIP room, is it like just a curtain or is it like an actual booth? Not a booth, a room.
A door. Yeah, it's an actual door, is it?
It doesn't have a door. No, It doesn't have a door. It's literally, at least I don't believe so, right?
We can
Eric,
retcon it so it has a door because this needs to have a door.
Okay, yeah, I was gonna say it doesn't have one. It's in the far corner upstairs, away from everything.
Right.
That's the thing. So it's like a little round bubble that has one hallway entrance to it.
I'm going to say that there's a door.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there's like a
Executive
luxurious curtain in front of it to give the illusion that there isn't a door.
There could be a door. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Cool. Would you prefer me to read it out loud, or do you want to read it quietly? What's better?
You can read it out. You can read it out loud. Go for it.
Okay. So the Seven Flames, reporting Hound Alexa Santos. Brief. A call to police was intercepted by Hound Gabriella. The call reported a dead body found within a low-rent apartment block in Westside Chicago. The body was mutilated and seen was occult in nature. The apartment had belonged to the Malkavian T. O'Sullivan, employee of Bronwyn of the circulatory system. The body was a close mortal friend of Tony T. O'Sullivan, William Bill O'Leary. The scene was locked down and cleared up with assistance of fellow hound Wanaka and Bronwyn. Investigators into the scene bore similarities to activities and reports of similar killings throughout the Chicago and Illinois area from the 70s to late 80s. These were the hallmarks of a Sabbat long thought dead, Samson. Investigations into Samson's disappearance led to the conclusion that he may have not died in the War of Chicago as previously assumed. Instead, he was in torpor beneath Chicago University, awoken by the explosion caused by Nicholas Sweetie Pepper White and former Anarch Baron Genghis. At the center of this seems to be the Asylum Coterie in question, a group put together by Prince Jackson to investigate the explosion at the university due to their proximity to the event. Samson seemed to be targeting them and their loved ones. Information gathered from Sabbat sister Riley, captured during the recent mission in Gary, Indiana. More information on the mission in Gary, refer to case number 2359, indicate that Samson is not alone. References to 5 other Sabbat figureheads in this cell calling themselves the Seven Flames seem to be in operation within Chicago. This information was gathered by the Asylum Coterie at my request. The finer details of their interrogation have not yet been discussed with them. Samson's crusade ended on Friday night with an explosion on the elevated train track, causing the final death of himself and T. O'Sullivan of the Asylum Coterie. Samson had plans to crash into a civilian train on the tracks and unleash an army of Tzimisce ghouls. Luckily, this was thwarted by the Asylum Coterie, not without extensive cleanup needed, conducted and funded by Mr. Ballard. Recommendation. The Sabbat presence is still here in Chicago though Samson might be gone and Sister Riley is detained. There are still 5 of these flames. It is imperative that we identify and track down these flames before they have the chance to regroup. With the Asylum Coterie's exposure to this group, it may be advantageous to use Samson's previous obsession with them to lure them out. It also is within the power of my fellow hounds to investigate into this, but we will need considerable resources to look into the flames and protect Chicago from other forces. A dangerous approach would be to direct the street-level human hunters to deal with the issue, while not as dangerous as the government agencies. Directing them to the Sabbat could possibly A, lead to their deaths, or B, have them take the Sabbat down. Both possibilities have significant risk of bringing attention for the government agencies back to Chicago. Swift and decisive action is recommended before the Sabbat self finds its footing. Okay, that's the first page. And the second page, the Asylum Coterie reporting Hound Alexa Santos, brief. The Asylum Coterie, no official name, so they shall be referred to by this, were brought together by Prince Kevin Jackson following the explosion at Chicago University that killed Sheriff Damien. The original group consisted of T. O'Sullivan, Malkavian, Eleanor Leclerc, thank you, Hakata, James Bax Gangrel, Ace Caitiff, and Elise Varel Toreador. They had been tasked to investigate the incident at risk of their heads. The group shortly imploded with James Bax assaulting a police officer in the middle of East Chicago Police Department. James Bax and Eleanor Leclerc went MIA after this incident. Elise Varel disappeared after this incident too. Ace and T. O'Sullivan were the ones to bring evidence that Nicholas Sweetie Pepper White and Anarch Baron Genghis were behind the incident at the university. The Coterie has regrouped with Elise Varel's return to Chicago and appointment as manager for the newly opened Chicago Asylum branch, which is owned by the Vorman twins of Santa Monica. The opening night, Saturday last week, Sweetie Pepper came out of hiding to attack the asylum. At some point, new members joined this coterie. Lou Pierce, La Sombra, and Jack Davis Tzimisce. Together, they fended off Sweetie Pepper and a second Inquisition raid that occurred shortly after. T. O'Sullivan worked under the employ of Bronwyn of the circulatory system, and as a boon, I kept close tabs on his activities. A mortal who was close to O'Sullivan was murdered by the Sabbat Samson. For more information on the Seven Flames, refer to your report for Seven Flames. Of the Asylum Coterie, T. O'Sullivan suffered the final death, James Bax missing with no trace of his current whereabouts, Eleanor Leclerc missing, suspected to have joined the Hakata family in Atlantic City. Elise Farrell making deals with the Sinaloa cartel of Mexico, or at least has contact with ex-members of the Sinaloa cartel as they are acting as security for the asylum following the incident with Sweetie Pepper. The key member of which is Miguel Santiago, ex-Sicario and on the FBI's most wanted list. Has a hatred for mortal politician named Ben Bates, who has moved to Chicago. This can be used as leverage for her. Also, her mother, Meredith Rill, seems to be in Chicago with a self-help group called the House of Anteros. Ace, still tentatively under the employ of the CIA, works in the technology circles and hacker communities, child of Critias, is also mentioned by the Minister Marcel from Riverdale. Thinks he is smarter than he truly is. This can be used as an advantage to have him admit more than what he should. Threatening his mortal connections is not a smart move. A delicate touch would be needed to get information from him. Lou Pierce, unknown. Intel suggests he has come from Washington, D.C. Haven't had much time to look into this person. Seems to be open and honest to a degree with presenting himself to Critias and admitting his clan with little prompting. Has a mortal companion, a ghoul, named Tommy. Jack Davis, also an unknown. I've met him once and it was a fleeting interaction. Don't know where he's from or who he is. Claims to be a loner drifter, but his sudden appearance can't be a coincidence. Is often seen with Elise, so perhaps probing her on his character will yield better results than asking him directly. He can be evasive and is likely to lie or bend the truth. Recommendation. It is no question the Asylum Coterie together have caused issues, but I do wonder if it is more coincidence than correlation. I think it is definitely odd that 2 Sabbat clan members join just before the 7 Flames show up once again. Could be a coincidence, but also they might know something. Even if they don't, it is completely in the realm of possibility that they are being unwittingly manipulated by Sabbat elders, if they still exist, that is. I was closest and had the most tabs on T. O'Sullivan, so it is a shame he has suffered the final death. As for Elise and Ace, they are more simple. For all Elise's proclamations to make a safe haven, she clearly has a grander ambition and designs for her own life. Ace is still coming to terms with his new existence as a kindred. He desperately clings to the humanity. These are known qualities that can be contained and controlled. Where the problem arises is the 2 new members. They have yet to do anything, as far as I'm aware, to warrant any rash action, but they should be monitored. Blood bonding Lou and having him properly follow the law for La Sombra's entry is a must if he is to stay in Chicago. As for Jack, well, the Zamitzi being here is something above my pay grade and I defer to your judgment for this. My recommendation is to tighten the leash if this coterie is allowed to continue. There can be great assets with AS&T uncovering the involvement of the Anarchs in the death of Damien. The investigation into the Sabbat presence has now brought them to light. Ultimately, it is up to your judgment the future of this Asylum Coterie.
Thank you so much for that, Beck. Well done. Those were some tomes. Well done. So, with that, Elixir is still standing and says, any questions on my reports?
Is there anything that comes to mind that you didn't put down into paper?
Off the books,
Perhaps,
so to speak.
Yeah, I guess the thing that comes to mind is the fact I haven't had a chance to discuss the finer details of this interrogation with Sister Riley. Perhaps they learned more than what I've written down. I will try my best to get that from them tonight, if they have got anything at all.
Did you have...
Sorry.
Did you have any interaction yourself with any members of these 7 Flames? The 2 that have been caught or captured, or any inklings as to where the others might be?
Only Sister Riley. She was found in Gary, Indiana by a group of Masquerade breach cleaners. She had been found and she'd been calling herself the mother of all thin bloods, perhaps building an army, I'm not sure.
I see.
But that's the only one I've had interactions with. If you want to speak with Sister Riley, well, hopefully this doesn't worry you too much, but she is in the basement of this establishment.
Maybe later, perhaps.
Very well. I can organize that.
Your report mentions mortal connections for this ace. Do not threaten them, but of course you provide no detail on them, so however could we?
I assume you all have your own resources to dig up who they are. And there's a reason I left them out, because it is under my recommendation that if you are to lean on Alec Ace Martinez, to not use his mortal connections against him. He is still with the CIA after all, which is very troublesome.
Oh,
Indeed.
Could be dangerous.
very.
It is.
Very.
And with that,
Troubling.
Precious is gonna...
Or perhaps it could be a boon. We're all scared of the government agencies, but my boy, if he can move up the ranks subtly, perhaps we can get a greater control of this CIA than we could imagine.
Do I detect a hint of pride, Cretius?
If there's any pride towards Alec, it's not from my doing. The boy is resourceful, he's done everything on his own. I abandoned him, but I'm making amends.
Having the CIA on side is definitely to our best intentions. If it's possible, then we should do everything in our power to try and make it happen.
It's risky, but I have to agree it would be if we all handle it delicately. Could be to our advantage.
I will make it very clear to all of you that 3 old kindred who don't even know how to use a phone want to use the CIA for their own benefit. The irony
You
should
don't
not
understand.
be lost.
He has this thing, it's called cryptid. It obfuscates, like, your abilities,
Yes.
the communications.
Crucius.
Believe me, he calls it cryptid.
Be careful.
I feel like we should very much hear what Khaled has to say. Khaled, you are very much aware about the technology and how things work, yes?
Yes, the Nosferatu, of course, have a stellar record at keeping their technological pursuits safe.
Yes.
Ballard.
Sheknet, yes?
You would be right. We know how this all works.
What
Well,
is your...
perhaps they are... Yeah, more... Perhaps they are more experts on how things can go awry, let's
How
say.
about you just let him talk?
Yes.
Prince Kevin Jackson, if I'm not mistaken, reintroduced technology into our society. If you would prefer to go about it by yourselves and one of you can send a selfie, I believe they call it, of feeding on someone across the net and kill all of us, be my guest. But until then, you rely on us every single day.
It's true.
If we are not... Rather, if you are not satisfied with the amount of risk that Ace's connections propose for us, what would you have us do instead? The CIA connection is very troublesome indeed. We cannot simply ignore it.
No. And when we invite Ace here to talk, I will have some words. I haven't quite made up my mind just yet. And he pulls out a large, sort of old grey folder that he puts just onto the side and starts to flick through some of the pieces of paper there, picking out particular ones and setting them aside.
Rosa leans in closer.
Is
So.
he competent enough, Khalid?
That remains to be seen.
Ah,
There is skill there, I will not deny it.
just young.
Naive.
Then I see no one else, apart from Precious, of course, to educate him in such matters.
You said you wanted to reconcile with your child.
Indeed, I do. But I'm afraid the technology is beyond me, beyond my years. I would appreciate it very much, Cal. Consider it a boon for you if there are holes in my boy's knowledge, for you to help fill them.
I will have Wanaka and Gabriella head this and make sure that our security online is of tip-top shape.
Make sure everything is crypted, understood?
Yes.
He sees cryptid just straight-faced.
And be sure to teach him using the Socratic method that was popular in your time, yes, Creatures?
Well, do we have any other questions for for Alexa Santos before we dismiss them?
Is there anything else that she wishes to share?
No. I'll have a talk with the coterie and see what they say about their interview, and also organize a time that you can go down and see Sister Riley if you wish.
Yeah.
That would be optimal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep us updated.
With that, Alexa leaves. Well. Miss Van Boris, do you have anything to say about these Sabbat that are here?
I wish I did. However, this is news to me, and if they are a problem, then I'm glad that I'm here, because I know the most about that sect out of everybody in this room, so I feel like I am the most equipped to deal with it.
A true advantage, of course.
Indeed.
And what about this Lou Pierce and Jack?
What about them? I've never met them.
I must admit that Jack... I want to know more about Jack.
As do I.
Zemis...
Their presence here is worrying.
They make my... forgive the pun. They make my skin crawl.
Well, the report was very accurate, let's say, to my experience with them. I only talked to him once, and he was an evasive little fucker.
So don't trust.
Their presence here and the eruption of Sabbat activity in the city, as Alexa said, is perhaps more than a coincidence, and we can only find that out by talking to them.
And it was in the papers that there were Zemi schools?
Indeed.
Coincidence? Yeah. I rarely believe in such things these days.
Yeah, are you telling me there are two Zamisi in the city?
My goodness, that would be truly dreadful.
One's bad enough.
One La Sombra is bad enough.
We must be sure to cast our minds widely as well. The Sabbat aren't merely popping up and causing trouble in Chicago. There have been troubling things coming out of Gary as well.
I much preferred it when we thought they were extinct. Much more fun.
Indeed.
That is always a hope for the future.
They're not. Indeed. Something to work towards. And now that we know, hopefully we can stifle it and scare them off.
Scare them? No, dear. Kill them.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Permanent solution is necessary.
Absolutely.
Perhaps make a ceremony of it, like how you did with your clanmate Malenkov. That was a lovely show, even though I didn't agree with the results.
My brother, you mean? Yes.
Brother.
As one may say in my circles, we shall place the Sabbat on a permanent sabbatical.
You're so funny.
Regardless of whatever all of you might say with your pronged words, the only truth in this room is that Miss Van Buren knows more about the Sabbat than all of us combined. So we should defer to Miss Van Buris's expertise
I
to
agree.
deal with this problem.
I agree.
Indeed. I just want to let it be known for the record that we should be careful, just because you're so new in this environment.
Of course, caution never hurts anyone.
Just let it be known that I did put my brother to flame to be here, so
Indeed.
if that is any indication of how decisive I am to take action against them, I will let it speak for itself.
You do what needs to be done. I admire it from you. Now, what can you tell us? Insider information, their personality, their psychology, their taste.
The Sabbat in general?
Yes.
Well, they desire to be as open about displays of their vampirism as innately possible, but I'm sure you knew that.
Yes.
It poses a risk to everything we've built here over the past... ever since the Camarilla has been, as it is, a shining jewel in this city. And so even if there are only 5 of them, as Alexa seems to think, that is more than enough to destroy everything.
They do this thing, don't they? I heard it from one of my little birds. Mass embraces, right? So
Yes.
5 of them is... Well, there might
For now, 5
not
as
just be 5.
as far as we know. There might be hundreds, 500 perhaps.
Delightful.
Which is why we need to deal with this quickly.
I have heard whispers, Gary again, that there was indeed no shortage of embracing even thin bloods.
Which leaves us quite understaffed,
I know.
so to speak.
Indeed it does.
We have to act fast. Can't diddle-daddle with all this.
We can laugh at the thin-blooded, but they know how to cause a mess.
Of course.
They don't know anything else, but they know how to cause a mess.
They're quite cute. What do you know about Gary? What can you tell us that we might not already know?
Me? I don't know the first thing. I've never been there.
Fun.
It's a shithole.
That's obvious.
Was Anarch, now Camarilla. But,
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah, it was. Believe another one of your blue bloods, Evelyn, has taken control of that place, Horatio.
Oh,
Indeed.
how is that going?
She has work ahead of her, of course. It's not an easy job running a shithole, after all. We don't always get to be as lucky as us.
Very true.
And where some see a place like that, they see weakness. No doubt the Sabbat look to Gary as a place that they can build their strength. I certainly don't envy her, but I have faith in her abilities.
What would you do
Or-
to change things in Gary? Just personal opinions.
I would
Oh, by all means.
Well, I was just going to say, I would hazard to say that maybe we should be paying more attention to what's happening in our city before we move over to Gary, Indiana.
My thoughts.
The man makes a point, but those who are blind to their neighbors can often be surprised by them.
Thank you, Bella.
Well, perhaps we will table the discussion for a little bit later on, because we have a few pressing things
Of course.
right now.
By all
There
means,
is, of
enlighten
course, the Sabbat. Miss Van Buris, we have that. There is also the fact that we are leaderless and sheriffless. Have been for quite some time. Now, I know, Cretius, you all fuddy-duddy, you are loving this with the council having to make decisions, but I feel it is best for us to figure out how to move forward with this city.
How would you propose we move forward?
Yes, enlighten us.
Well, we need to elect a new prince, obviously.
Do we?
Well, who else is going to lead us against these 500 potential Sabbat? We can't just all, every time something happens, come into a meeting. We need decisive action.
I agree, actually.
As do I.
A prince would be beneficial.
It is unsurprising. Again, the High Clan speak up for a High Clan prince, I believe. You would prefer a Ventura Toreador, I assume, so that we can go through this process again.
No, I would prefer a, well, I may be putting my cards on the table, but you know, it's that kind of night. I'd prefer a Malkavian at the top.
That's surprising.
Malkavian.
Very reliable.
Yes, but unpredictable.
Yes, that's a good thing.
Is it exactly?
Which Malkavian exactly?
Yes. Bromwyn, perhaps.
She's lovely.
Oh, isn't she?
Why not T. O'Donnell? Perhaps we can gather around the sprinkled pile of ash on the L train.
Oh,
do not speak ill of the dead.
Yes.
Well,
do we really need a prince to decide? We are at the precipice of a war here. We need not just Camarilla, but I feel we are leaving our Enoch brethrens behind. They are affected by this just as much as we are.
Cretius, have you ever attempted to fight a war without a general?
I'm not saying there wouldn't be people to decide what to happen, but I feel that they shouldn't be put into a place to lead moving forward. Perhaps...
If I
Sierra,
may speak.
Miss Van Lewis, go ahead.
You said that we want to quell the Sabbat action, not only in Chicago, but around this entire area, so to protect it, and hopefully get rid of them in the entire country, the entire world. If we are a Camarilla, operating without a prince, lovely and utopian as that may be, none of the other ivory towers across America are going to take us remotely seriously.
We may lose support.
Indeed.
What support? What fucking support are they giving us now?
Miss Hernandez speaks the truth. We stand alone. We have no one to assist us here. Chicago is the shining jewel of the Camarilla. If we cannot stand up and defend it ourselves, someone else is going to for us. And I dare say that that means every one of us will be on the silver platter to be replaced also.
So it is important that we find a consensus.
I would say so.
It is a lot easier to reach one when the final decision rests in one lap.
It is a lot easier to find the wrong solution also.
Then we'll have to make this choice very carefully.
I want it to be known that if Miss Van Boris is telling the truth, that it's possible that there are teams of this Sabbat skulking around in the dark corner. I fear we do not have enough forces to combat that cleanly, and Ballad's resources only go so far.
Indeed.
That is why I'm saying we can't ignore the Anarchs. Though they may be not quite in everyone's best tastes, we don't want fighting on both sides. We don't want to be fighting the Sabbat and the Second Inquisition and the Anarchs. We need to have a consensus. And I fear that if we put a prince in, that is, say, par for the course, then they may be more likely to fight against us, against their better judgment.
We put a prince in, they've got a figurehead to fight.
I agree.
Anarchs have barons.
So we have hierarchy, but we still need soldiers.
As it pains me, I have to agree with Cretius to a point. If we give the prince They have someone to direct their angst to, and we cannot afford that right now.
No.
We have the Sabbat to deal with, and we should deal with that with most passion, I feel.
Prince or no prince, do you think the Anarchs would prefer the Sabbat to a Camarilla?
No.
I think they would very much not prefer the Sabbat. Even if we may not appeal to their senses, the Sabbat is something entirely different. Gracious, can you enlighten us on what they may feel like?
They want freedom. And what my fear is that the younger members of that sect might be swept up by the freedom that the Sabbat offers, not understanding what they stood for and what they could bring to this city.
The Sabbat do preach freedom.
And the Anarchs
So it is
are naive.
Exactly.
And it may not shock some of you to know that the original name for the Sabbat was the Anarch movement.
Indeed.
They are more closely entwined than you might want to admit.
So my fear is if we push them away too much, we might be dealing with enemies of greater magnitude than we can even fathom right now. But I'm not saying we don't need a general to lead us through war. Perhaps one figurehead could lead us through war, but what I am saying is not a prince, a general. And maybe someone not of the usual ilk. No offense, Ballard or Miss Annabelle.
If you're about to suggest we hire a baron, I think you're at the wrong meeting.
Who? Yes, but in all seriousness and fairness, who would you suggest? I'm very interested.
If I may put my 2 cents forward.
Of course.
Please do.
Miss Hernandez, you fought in the War of Chicago, did you not?
Yeah.
You are the most experienced in combat out of all of us here combined. I would.
That's safe to say.
You would be my choice for general.
If it's a general we need, she's the obvious choice. And she's kept this city safe for many, many years.
Indeed.
Might I say something controversial? As I always do.
It would be out of character for you, Annabelle.
I know. Perhaps Rosa could be general, and with advisement. Sierra.
That's why we're all here.
Could be an advisor. She knows the Sabbat very well. If we make sure to keep an eye on Sierra, sorry, dear.
I would expect it.
It could be very valuable.
I agree.
Of course you would. But what does everyone else think?
I'm not liking a lot of this, but there is some truth that is being said.
We may not need to 100% agree on one thing, but we need to agree on a larger percentage on something. We cannot continue to fuck around. The amount of things that have happened in such a short amount of time it's not beautiful.
Concerning.
Yes, thank you.
As I understand it, we are using the term general here to designate an, shall we say, emergency leader.
Yes.
Someone for whom, should the shit hit the fan, we would turn to and reserve our usual level of intense questioning for the good of us all. Not someone whose powers will extend beyond those circumstances. That is something I think I think I can live with such a decision, yes.
A temporary solution for a very bad situation.
As for overall leadership and a prince, well, so long as we have our emergency option in place, then the time crunch becomes less pressing. We can remain as we are for now and perhaps reconsider a change later. I wouldn't take it off the table completely, however.
A provisional government.
We are at war, and unfortunately we need to adapt to the attacks on our glorious city.
Speaking,
May I be so bold? Sorry, Colin, go ahead.
you may go first, Critias. Your wisdom is always appreciated.
May I be so bold as to suggest something else? Miss Hernandez would be a fine general indeed. But I feel as if we should also nominate a secondary one for the Anarch forces. And I put forth the name of the Anarch Baron Anita Wainwright for that. If we are to get them under our page, we need to have someone they trust to guide them.
And will she play ball with us?
I was hesitant about this, but I have her on standby if you wish to talk with her. She is in the area. I figured something like this would happen and you might need to talk with her.
Maybe after a meal.
This is interesting. If we are to bring these anarchs into the fold, we have to, what was it you said, Annabelle? Adapt. I propose that we rethink these 6 traditions that hold us so closely.
Interesting.
Elaborate.
What I refer to is the accounting. You must seek the permission of your prince, and we have none, to create new childer. And we are at war with a faction that mass embraces every night. Now, I must back up this statement by saying the progeny remains. You may turn childer, but if you or your childer step out of line, destruction will come into the fore.
I must admit, I'm not a fan of this. Yes, I can understand how useful it can be, but if they are not reliable enough and we just start offering out destructions, the anarchs and whatnot, they will see us as... It wouldn't be good, and the Sabbat would be able to tempt people back into their sway.
Cretius has his school.
Yes.
Gracious.
Had my school. It blew up underneath the Chicago University, but I can relocate.
The school is just a building.
Exactly.
If the purpose of that tradition, among other things, is to keep our numbers under control, to keep our numbers known to us.
To stop anemia from spreading.
Yeah, but those were written when we weren't in a war with the Sabbat. We need the numbers. We are down on soldiers, and we are down on Gangrel. And your clans aren't real fighters now, are they?
Yes. Let's put it this way. One Sabbat can turn, let's say, 8 a night, if they were to be so bold. 5 turn 8. And then those 8 turn another 8 each. You see, in 2 nights' time, we are already vastly outnumbered. And we lose. We must come to the Anarchs with some form of deal, some form of change that shows that we are open to negotiation and discussion. Whereas if we were to approach them simply with, "You'll die if you don't," that hasn't worked well in the past.
No.
No. Grow our numbers now so that we can stop them from growing theirs.
So we reach an accord with the Anarchs. We gain the soldiers we need.
We teach them about the importance of the Masquerade and the other traditions we were keeping. And then we have informed soldiers, not just, as the Sabbat called them, shovelheads who don't know what they're doing.
I would suggest doing our best to create and encourage some kind of provision that at the very least keeps our records clear. I do not want kindred created that we do not know about.
That.
Permission, perhaps not, but reporting, yes.
And that was what my suggestion was going to be, Mr. Ballard. Perhaps reporting to one of the hounds to say that I've embraced X. Can you bring them and teach them the ways, and I can rework my curriculum to not just be Camarilla-centered, which will please the Anarchs.
Should we-
It will be more safety for kindred.
Should we extend the War Council, so to speak, to allow other Anarchs within this space?
As I said, I have Anita Wainwright ready to come in if need be, because as I said, I figured the Anarchs would need to join in on this if you all permitted it.
I think that is our first step, is inviting them here tonight.
I agree. It's odd, but we live in odd times.
Clearly.
Besides,
Very well.
if they are fighting in the war too, perhaps they can be slightly in front of us.
Very well. It seems as if we've got a few options on our table now. Perhaps this is the first time that we can disperse and mingle amongst the kindred while Cretius goes and gathers Miss Wainwright.
I do want
But
to remind...
one thing...
Oh, of course.
One thing I do want to leave here is that we also have this Asylum Coterie to discuss.
Yes.
Yes.
Not forgotten.
So, before we break for mingling, do we want to discuss that, or do we want to leave that until after all of this has been dealt with?
I believe we should mingle with them. Perhaps it will alter what we think. I mean, most likely not, but give them the chance.
Yeah, we're lacking information in
We
certain
have
spots.
Harvest them
Better to get it.
of all their
This is
information,
true.
and we can make a decision.
We have just spent a very long time talking about our resources and how we do not have many. It would be senseless not to examine these four as the resources they are and come to a decision regarding how best to employ them.
Let us talk to them in a casual manner before we
course.
interview them one by one.
Understood. Very well. Well, we are making some progress. Very good.
Before everyone
And-
breaks to mingle, I do just want to remind everyone that we do have this areas on display, thanks to the wonderful Bromwen and, of course, the organization by the wonderful Elise. If you would like to sample the Desarias, it may allow us to be more keen-minded.
And with that, we're going to cut back time a little bit to when Ace arrives. And I'm going to say, is the coterie going to get together, or are they going to be doing? Basically, are the four of you going to get together to talk amongst each other, or do you want to mingle with the Elysium that's happening right now? Because it's going at full force with lots of kindred in there, and there's a few people that you can talk to if you want to. I can go over those options, but if we just want to go to the coterie meeting, we can just do that.
We should probably talk as a group, coterie first. But even before we get that, I think it's a good time to take a break.
Yeah, sure.
It's been 2 hours.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Yeah, we can take a break. Yeah, I just figured because you all haven't really had much to do, so I was like, oh, well,
No,
we can
that's
do that, but no,
okay.
we can have a break.
No, I'm sitting here just being like,
listening.
It's great. Yeah, it's great. No, I figured. I think most people are expecting the special session to be more about people that aren't going to be in the normal campaign as often.
I'm just
The
sitting
main
here quietly
cast of the
fangirling
guests,
over you all.
technically.
Yes, yeah, exactly. The main, I think
Yep.
the show is centered around the correct people so far.
We're going to cut. We're going to open back up in the asylum. The Elysium is going off. People in the dance floor, mingling, talking, and that's where we find our four kindred getting together at the top of the balcony, watching over the scene. Take it away.
Isn't Ace not here yet?
Unless Ace has anything that he wants to say when he arrives, I think it's all good just to cut forward time and have everyone arrive at the asylum. Joe, do you have anything you want to say in particular when you arrive? Or
I was just gonna talk to Elise and explain what I was doing.
okay. Well, I mean, we can do this.
But,
We can.
I mean, I could do that as a group. Does it matter?
Sure.
Cool. Take it away.
Sure.
Yeah, sorry I was late. I was actually doing a lot of things. Just kind of taking initiative. I was erasing every visitor's digital footprint on the CCTVs. I put everything on loop, so it's like we're invisible. No one came here. Also, a guest was doing a live feed on social media. Erased that.
yes.
It's kind of stupid. Oh yeah. Also, I have everything checked in. I can watch it on my watch, so yeah, I would think we're good on that. I'm kind of late. Are they talking already?
They are. It's already very stressful, and it's been what? Not even an hour yet into the night. All of the Primogen and people of influence are in VIP right now discussing what is going to happen in Chicago. And so the mind games are in full swing.
Jack, are you good?
Be a hell of a lot better when I'm out of here.
And you look a little different today.
Got to dress up for Elysium.
You do too, Ace. Look at this jacket.
Yeah,
Loving
just,
the flowers.
Fish just told me I look presentable, and I just went to my closet. Lou, how's Tommy?
I haven't spoken to him since yesterday. Just figured just leave him alone.
Krisha say anything to you, Elise?
Yeah, when he arrived, he said that he was sorry that he hasn't been able to speak to you yet about T, and he is looking forward to being able to be there for you, essentially. So.
Yeah, it's alright. I know he's busy with, this.
Yeah, it's a lot. How are you doing? I mean, it's only been, what, a day? And we're here having to do this.
I'm just here to work. Thanks.
Well, thank you for the extra security. Appreciate it. This whole thing has got me in a tizzy. Trying to keep it cool on the outside, but on the inside, I'm freaking the fuck out.
What happened to you last night?
I had to go to a meeting with a friend on the pier. They had some information for me.
Are you alright, Jack?
I'm fine. Just a little concerned. At least he left very abruptly.
Yeah, I was running late.
You did that not so long ago. You did the same thing.
Did I? I don't remember that.
That is broken up by Alexa coming up to the four of you. Alexa looks at the four of you and says, well, lovely place you got here. Elise, looks very nice. The important people are talking in the VIP room right now, but I need to thank you, all four of you, for conducting that interrogation for me. I'm sorry I couldn't be there myself. I was busy.
I understand. Jack actually was able to get a good amount of detail for us, so we have some updated information for you.
Okay, Jack.
What we'd initially thought was just some rogue working on his own Samson. Sounds like there's at least seven, and then whatever trash they've got following along with them. Maybe a bigger problem than we had initially thought.
Is that all you got?
I mean, I have some details on who the seven
That
might
would be very helpful.
So
I actually think there's one in particular that's extra interesting. I believe it's the Black Knight.
Elaborate.
referred to by the good sister downstairs as the Black Knight. She claims that this rogue Sabbat is Sierra Van Buris' sire.
Interesting. It's I'm gonna have to tread carefully with that one.
Yeah, I figured that one at the very least.
Newberry's gonna have a fucking field day.
I'm very careful with my words. She alleged that this was the case.
Be sure to emphasize that point.
I don't know Ms. Van Buris' sire. I don't know Miss Van Buris. So I just want to make it clear that's not an accusation that's being made by me.
I actually have a law question right now, directed towards both Beck and Ethan.
Oh wow!
My question is how well known is Tally? Would people know that Tally is Sierra's sire?
No.
Nobody knows who Tally is.
Okay.
In how we played it, Tally is like nobody
Ghost
knows
in the shell
Ghost
sort
in
of
the
shit.
he is. Yeah.
That's kind of the way I've kind of done it is like people who were in the Sabbat would have heard of him, but yeah, cool, very very well. So she'll have no idea. We'll run with that. I'll have to. Yes, I see kid gloves with that one. What about the others?
So the Seven Flames, the first, Samson,
Dead.
perished along with T. The second and the third, we don't have a lot of information on those, just titles, the Acolyte and the Slayer. The fourth is the sister, we have her. The fifth, referred to as the Vengeful Artist. I don't think that our source is very coherent. All that we got was that we should look towards the crumbling facade of bliss. This vengeful artist is likely to pop their own head up.
Bliss did burn down.
The sixth being...
Yep. Sorry.
The sixth being the Herald of the Crawling Tongue. I don't know if that means anything to you, but someone who centers themselves in occult circles, who likes to speak to the voice of Cain. Again, not something I'm familiar with.
Okay. I'll be sure to... There's a lot that's very ambiguous with that, but I'll be sure to at least speak with Sierra. Maybe we can find out who her sire is at the very least. See what's going on with that.
I imagine the VIPs here tonight will want to make an interrogation of their own.
Indeed.
It may be useful if we extend the subterfuge that I've employed to perhaps if I give the sister a warning, it's not going to make a difference to how she interacts with them, so that she thinks that I'm on her side. She may disclose further information.
Extend the subterfuge. So you're saying that she believes you're on her side?
Oh, that was, yeah. She wouldn't have told me anything otherwise.
And how did you convince her of this?
I lied.
Huh. Interesting. Well, thank you for that. A lot of things for me to think about. I'll come back to you if needed. And with that, Alexa walks away. Now,
much as I turn to Elise and Ace, and is Lou with this as well?
Yeah,
Yes.
there.
Yeah. I turn to the other three members of the coterie, and I just say, much as I guess there was a bit of tension when I first met Alexa, kind of like him.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Just shrug.
and with that, I think we will have the power players have exited at this point. Now, does anybody here want to pull one or two coterie members aside, or does everyone want to talk to them as a group? Anyone want to pull any individual member away? Annabelle.
Annabelle would like to take Elise.
Okay. So,
Where are we gonna go?
That depends on where the beautiful private areas are in your establishment.
I would say the VIP room is the most private. Then maybe the balcony, or my office, if that is how private we want it to be.
Let's go to the office.
Okay.
this is actually
I'll take her upstairs. to the
perfect
office.
opportunity to bring up what the present is. So, some of the guards brought in the present and has placed it on the wall. It is a painting, very beautiful painting. Do you want to describe what it is, Annabelle?
Of course. It is an assortment of different colors and shapes. It's very abstract. There's no anchored subject in the art, but the hues and the tones and the colors, they weave and they move in such a way where they're almost hypnotic. They're inviting to the eyes, inviting to the senses. They almost intend to open up the senses as a whole, inviting the viewer in to bliss.
And mechanically, what this does is just, while you're in your office, all social roles have a +1.
Okay, that's a nice little. It's a nice little buff.
Take it away.
I'm happy but pensive. Is it already hanging on the wall? Did they hang it, or is it just sitting?
It's hanging on the wall.
And it's perfect. It's perfectly angled.
Okay. I'll walk into my office and go, where did this painting come from?
This was my gift to you. Well, One of two, actually.
2 paintings or 2 gifts?
2 gifts.
Wow, thank you, Annabelle. You really didn't have to. I love it. It's very modern. I didn't realize modern was your taste.
I have many different tastes. I actually made this one myself.
Oh, artist. Do you just dabble in painting, or?
I dabble in many things. It's been a very long time.
Yes, I imagine it gets kind of boring. It's nice to have different hobbies. Well, it's beautiful. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I also have a second gift, but we'll get to that in just a moment.
Sure.
I wanted to pull you aside and I wanted to ask you how you're feeling. Truly, you don't need to sugarcoat things. I'm your primogen, and I want to make sure that you're feeling well.
I certainly wouldn't hide how I'm feeling from you, Annabelle.
Yes.
I think it would be frivolous. I am excited by the opportunity that you have given me. I am anxious. It is a lot to have all the power players of Chicago, or many of the power players of Chicago, under my roof. But it's one I am going to rise to. And it's bittersweet because T, as you know, just met final death the other night. So it is what it is.
I spoke with him. Did he tell you that?
No, I don't. T played his cards close to his chest. I believe he had our best interest at heart, but he kept a lot to himself.
He was very secretive. And then,
reasonable, considering.
Of course.
Kindred.
Well,
Kindred in general are secretive.
yes, and on top of that, he had a lot more to deal with, a lot more on his plate, given his heritage.
What is it that you two spoke about?
He sought me out. He wanted to meet with me. I'm not exactly sure why. I don't know if he wanted to see me because I am your primogen, and he wanted to know who was in charge or whatever, but it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly why a Malkavian visits you. I will say that he was very good at keeping his composure. I don't exactly know what goes on beyond the surface. I don't think anyone really can. But he was very, very well composed. He was well mannered. I enjoyed him. I will confess that I was uncertain about whether or not he was good for you, but only because Malkavians in general they're hard to tell. He didn't mistreat you in any way, did he?
No, in fact, it was a lot of the things. He not only did he sacrifice himself to save all of us kindred in Chicago by disposing of Samson, he often used his connections in order to protect the coterie. Granted, I think he never did anything that I don't believe also helped him. But of course, I think that means he's just good at what he does.
Malkavians, they're useful. They're sometimes dangerous, but aren't we all? They have an insight. A smart woman knows when to heed the wisdom, how to divide the nonsense from the critically important. Did he give you any prophecies that stayed with you?
No, not really. Nothing that comes to mind at this moment. To be honest, everything has been happening pretty quickly, and I haven't really had time to think back to see if anything is relevant. I believe that with his sacrifice, things were kind of settled with his path. I think I think on some level it was an expected end for him. So I don't recall any prophecies or insights. But I'll have to think. And I'll have to talk with the rest of the coterie as well, because maybe he said something to someone else.
Please do, but don't push yourself. I understand the sting of losing someone when you become as old as I am. It's hard. And no matter what you think of me or my intentions, though not necessarily made apparent, I do care about my clan. And I do care about this city. I care about its safety. I care about its security. And I care about the clan as a whole thriving. The world would suffer without artists, musicians, painters, drawers, DJ artists. Can you imagine a world without muse? It would be.
I can't.
It would be dull. It would be
gray. Shades of boring, dull. Living as long as we can live.
And I know that some other clans, and she would lean in, lower her voice. I know that other clans might see us as nothing more than hedonists or degenerates, as they sometimes like to say. They don't understand. We feel things keener than they can. And yes, other clans may have the use of auspex, but none have mastery over it better than us, nor presence. We have the grace of a goddess flowing through our veins.
I think any other clan who looks at another and diminishes their value is setting themselves up for failure. I think as even the most stereotypical of us, or others of their clans, has a lot of value. Sure, I am not great in a hand-to-hand fight, but if you need somebody to talk or get somewhere they're not supposed to go, we have value, and I agree with you. Speaking of your care for Chicago,
of course,
and the Clan of the Rose, what are your ambitions?
I want to make sure that the Second Inquisition does not come back. I want to make sure that they stay out. The fact that they targeted your club.
That was unfortunate.
You are
on opening night.
My clan. The offense to you is an offense to me. What they did, they will pay for. I will see to that.
It just makes me wonder how they got involved. I mean, I hadn't been here very long at all. Why? Do you know? Have you heard anything about how the Inquisition got a hold of my club on opening night?
No. But trust me, I am looking into it.
I am going to ask for a roll at this stage. Annabelle, can you give me a manipulation plus subterfuge?
Of course,
Elise?
but might I say something?
Go for it.
I would like to put in awe.
Okay, let me just have a look. What's this going to do to your awe? Add the presence rating to any skill. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. So you add
It's
your...
just a flat dice bonus.
Yep. And Elise, you roll me insight plus awareness.
Subterfuge, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you say insight for Elise or awareness?
Insight. Insight and did I say? I can't remember.
Wits?
Wits. Yeah, wits.
Yeah. Okay.
Wits
Yeah,
and
wits
insight? Okay.
Do you want to buff the blood?
And I have to.
There's no point in Buffy the Blood because
You never
I
know.
don't.
You never know.
I don't measure up. I know I don't. I guess I'll do I'll rouse the blood. Why not?
And did you say manipulation or charisma?
Manipulation.
Okay.
I gain a hunger.
And then I'm just gonna put my modifier as my presence rating.
Yep.
Yeah. Perfect.
And my modifier's 2, right? Because I did blood buff.
Yeah, 2. Yeah, 2. Yeah, you're not 3 like that.
Yeah. What? Look at that. Look at those.
I mean,
Jesus.
if
Those
you.
die.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you
No, I can't re-roll any others.
Yeah. Well, very well. You're convinced.
I am baby. I am.
You are
small.
convinced by this
Okay.
display. But with that, we're going to cut away. And the first place we're going to cut to, because I'm assuming nobody else wants to talk to any individual coterie member aside from the group, right?
I would like to speak with Lou briefly, if that's okay.
We can do that in a moment. But the first thing I want to do, just a brief little interaction, is Rosa and Precious walk out of the chambers.
That did not go exactly as I expected, Rosa. Congratulations. You seem to be the belle of the ball.
It seems that way. It's not what I expected either.
No, everybody's willing to throw you in front, but nobody has actually asked what you think about it.
I think it'd be beneficial to use both Sierra's expertise in the Sabbat and my knowledge of, well, what I've done for Chicago, what I continue to do for Chicago, and with the side of the Anarchs as well. It would be good. Though I do not like how Ballard has made it seem like a temporary position.
Indeed. But, if I do may say so, Rosa, I think we're on the same page where perhaps this will be temporary, but moving forward, once you are no longer needed of your general services, I would love to have you on a council of some kind to discuss and decide what to do. We no longer need a prince. You and I both know that.
Yeah. But a position on the council would be good. Especially considering the lack of gangrel we currently have.
That was going to be my next point. When this general position, you can rebuild your clan, and do you have any news about what's happened to the wolf pack?
Nah, I haven't heard anything. I think it's sadly safe to assume the worst.
Hopefully they did not fall by the sword of Cain. Hopefully they're just out running wild right now. Being nomadic.
That's what I'd hope for.
Indeed. Well,
Yeah.
if you need anything from me, Rosa, let me know.
Always, Precious. Same.
Excuse me, I need to talk to my boy.
Yeah, I won't take any more of your time.
Priestess nods, walks away, goes to have a conversation with Ace, which we can cover in a moment. But in the meantime, Sierra, you are looking for this La Sombra Lou. When you exit, you are greeted by Alexa, who says, Sierra, may I have a word?
Absolutely, of course. Here or elsewhere?
Somewhere a little bit more private. There's a balcony nearby that leads to the outside.
Sounds good. Lead the way.
Sierra leads the way, rushing through Kindred as everyone kind of groups off into their own little social cliques. And you find yourself outside in the balcony area. And Alexa says, I learnt more about what the Asylum Coterie found out of these 7 flames.
Wonderful.
I thought it was a courtesy to tell you before telling the others. One of them calls themselves the Black Knight.
I see.
And Sister Riley claims that this one is your sire.
She said that?
According to the coterie, yes. Alleged.
Secondhand information. Yeah. Okay.
It's
well
tricky.
Yes. Alexa, how much do you know about the way that our clan are sired when we are?
Not enough.
I see. Well, the general ritual is that when we're still human, our sires choose their potential childer and run them through a series of trials to test their ability to bounce back and survive at all costs, usually involving ruining their lives over and over again until they're completely worn down and still their instinct to survive overcomes. My sire is no different in that regard, and if they are still running with the Sabbat, then they are no longer running with me. However, I haven't seen them in a long time. Ever since I came here, they've been off my radar, off the map.
Haven't even heard from them?
As far as I'm concerned. Nothing. No.
Manipulation plus subterfuge, please.
Certainly. Let's try this. Can I arouse as well?
Go for it.
Okay.
To be fair, they rolled pretty
What
trash.
is the blood potency?
Yeah, I actually don't know off the top of my head.
3, I think.
It should be in the blood and experience.
2. Okay, it's 2. So 2 modifier. 6 successes. I'll arouse as well.
Okay. So, what you're saying is the relationship is no longer there.
No. And what I'm also saying is that if I were to go after them actively and with the intent of harm, they know me well enough, they've studied me well enough that they'd be able to know it was me, and it'd put me in a lot of danger. Not to say that I'm not going to try and find them if they are still with the Sabbat, because if they are, then it means a lot of potential strife for the Camarilla. Just know that if they are with the Sabbat, if they're working against what we've built here, then it's a significant force. And if I find anything that pertains to their signature in regards to Sabbat activity in Chicago, I will bring it forth to the Camarilla. I will.
Let's start simple then. Name. I can work off that.
Tally.
And if I was to dig to find out more about Tally, where would I dig?
History archives? About the Crusades? I don't know. He's very good at covering his tracks.
No bases of operation, no place that he calls home, per se.
As far as I'm concerned, no, he hasn't seen it fit to tell me if he does have one nearby.
I can't quite remember. Is Sierra aware of where?
She's aware of it in our game. I don't know if she would be here.
I think she is. She's aware of where of who his master is at the very least.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So give me another subterfuge plus manipulation.
Sure. Yep.
And
I'm going to rouse
Alexa's going to roll trash because Alexa is very trusting of you right now.
Bless her. 4 successes? It's not amazing.
Yeah. Roll trash again. All right. Got it. I will have to tell the rest of the council about this, the rest of them.
Please do.
Newberry's going to have a field day with this, which is...
I can deal with Newberry, that's fine. It's nothing I haven't dealt with before as soon as I came here, but it's more important that we get this thing sorted as quickly as possible. I'm sure you're aware.
Understood. All right, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you for letting me know as well.
It's okay. Anything to not let Newberry get the better of anyone.
Indeed.
Lexa walks off. And I think at this point, Ace, did you want to have a conversation with Cretius, or?
Is it important?
It's just, it will just be a general, like, how you doing, like, kind of thing. I'm so sorry to hear about what happened to T. Like, I mean, we can cover it if you want, but I don't think, time-wise, I don't think it's vital to cover that.
Yeah, if it's just just checking up on things, and I guess it's not really that important.
So in that case, Lou and Sierra. So, Sierra, you're looking around for Lou. Will you find a skulking kindred in the balconies that match the description you've been given for Lou Pierce?
Lou Pierce, I presume.
Yes, that's me.
My name's Sierra Van Buren. It's nice to meet you.
I don't shake your hand or say anything.
Very well. Do you mind if we have a conversation?
Sure, say what you gotta say.
Very well. I just thought it prudent to at least make acquaintances with the only other member of our clan here tonight. How is your night going?
It's going awful.
Why is that?
Personal.
Yeah, I can understand. I'm sorry for your loss very much. Look, there is a lot of things changing in this city tonight, and I'm in a position where I can head, or at least be part of some of these negotiations. I'm sure you're aware of our clan's position in the Camarilla at this time, and I have the potential to make some major changes to the way we're perceived, the way we're received here in this institution, in this city. There are a lot of eyes on you and on your friend Jack because of the clans you each represent. Now, as much as I hate coming to you asking for this, asking you to dig up all of those things that just happened, I'm going to need you to help me to make our lives easier in the long run. Do you think you can do that?
What specifically do you mean?
Anything you saw regarding the Sabbat during the attack, during the fight, anything you've seen in the past that pertains to them, anything you know about their presence in this city, I'm going to need information.
Well, you're going to be disappointed. I've been on the run for a long time. I don't know much of anything anymore.
On the run from what?
The Sabbat. I escaped a long time ago.
I see. Well, that makes two of us. Just know that they have a presence in this city. Are you aware of the laws that govern us? What you need to do to get an official place within the Camarilla?
I believe an elder must die for me or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah. Another one of our clan need to die to bring you in. Do you want a place in this institution?
Well, if I stay in Chicago, I suppose I don't have any other choice.
It's definitely the most secure place to be, and I want to represent as many of us as I possibly can in the best way that I possibly can. To do that, currently, at least how things stand, you're going to need to find Alessandra, bring them before the Camarilla, and I'm here to tell you that you're probably going to have to do it quickly, because there are a lot of eyes on you and your friend, because of the larger things that you represent, even if you don't necessarily pertain to those ideals, the ones you're running from.
And you're okay just killing another Sombra for this? For your clan?
We do what we have to do.
Sounds like we're doing what they want us to do.
We are, for now, yes. But would you rather exist on the fringes, be meat, be bait for the Sabbat that exist here, the Anarchs even? Or would you rather be protected by throngs of kindred who have your best interests at heart?
I don't believe another kindred could have my best interests at heart.
Probably not, but they have the best interests of this institution at heart. And if you represent this institution, they don't want to see that degraded, basically. It's security, it's survival. Even if it's at a high cost. Do you know who I had to put to death to get my place here?
No, I don't.
It was my older blood brother, one I'd known ever since my first night in Unlife. That's what we need to do. And so, if you want to survive in this city, if you want to stay here, you want to be part of the Camarilla, find Alessandra. Preferably one that represents the Sabbat, and find them quickly. Or else there'll be a lot more hungry breaths breathing down your neck quicker than you can imagine.
So I just grab any Alessandra. You don't care who it is? Seems very odd.
It's the way things are now. Odd as it is. Self-sacrificing as it may seem. For now, that's just how things are. Hopefully, with time I can change that, but the way things stand currently, this is the advice I have.
I see. Okay.
No.
And if you ever require counsel just come to me. I'm usually at Elysium in some way, shape, or form because I want to represent our clan's best interests in these strange circumstances.
Now, Lou, what I want to know, and I'm guessing you're gonna keep it close to the vest, but are you going to mention at all the communication you've had as of late with another Elysium?
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I do these things rather bluntly, don't I? I have met one other Sombra in the city.
Really?
They're very interested in you.
Who are they?
Eustace Lancaster.
Pardon?
Eustace Lancaster. Do you know him? Sure knows you.
The name... Would I know Lancaster?
You would know that Tally would have had a rivalry with Lancaster.
Okay, great. I've heard the name in passing, though I've never met them before.
Well, he's pretty angry at you for just hearing about him passing.
Yeah, well, I think he tends to be angry at a lot of people.
Yes.
He's formidable, but he's better off the table than on it, if you catch my meaning.
Well, if one has to die, I'd prefer it to be him for just talking on the table.
Yeah. Seems like it'll be beneficial for both of us. The last time I heard his name, he was firmly affiliated with the people you're running from.
So you don't know why he'd want you dead?
Maybe because I've gone turncoat, perhaps, but he...
Well, I doubt that. He seemed to care about the rules of the Ivory Tower, as he called it.
He also does have a long-standing rivalry with somebody who, up until recently, was very close to me. So it might be a matter of
Would that be the name he constantly yells at me, Tally?
Don't shout that name too loudly.
Well, he sure shouts it loudly.
Which is another reason why we need to get rid of him.
Do you know how we would do that? I don't think I could take him in a fight, if we're being honest.
No. You need to be very careful. Learn as much about him as you can. I can help as much as I can as well. And tread carefully around him. He's been around for a long time. Very strong.
Oh, I've seen what he can do.
Yeah. I've heard stories. Never seen it myself.
With that, we're going to cut away from this interaction between the two of you. And we're going to have the coterie be grouped up by someone. Who will be the first? Well, sorry?
While I'm in my office and Annabelle has left, I want to look out from my office because it has a one-way mirror so nobody can see in, and I want to do Sense the Unseen and see who's out in my club.
Yep.
If I can see anything. I'm specifically looking for Martin or any other...
Yeah, and you've got heightened senses as well. Heightened senses would probably be kind of shit in this situation, but you're in kind of a soundproofed-ish...
Yeah, my office is soundproof.
Yeah, you definitely see Martin there. Yeah.
Is he visible or
He's
is
visible.
he
He's visible. He's with the rest of the Rose Garden,
Okay.
his little clique, talking.
And then for Sense the Unseen, I still want to run that one. What do I roll for that to see if I see anything else?
Wits plus all specs.
I do just want to take this opportunity to say that the moment that Annabelle leaves, or is about to leave, Elise's office, she would turn off awe, but there would also be something that she would want to say before she leaves, if I may.
Go for it.
Unless we need to do it some other time.
Say it before you leave.
Alright. It's come to my attention that you are looking for someone. Someone's taken your fancy. Someone that you're not pleased with.
Might need to be a little more specific. Who?
You've been looking for them for quite some time. Someone that's really been on your nerves.
Mm-hmm.
I may or may
where?
not have information for you.
What information do you have?
An abundance of things.
Anything you'd like to share right now?
I would like to share right now. There is no time like the present, is that?
Mm-hmm.
I would like, in return for this knowledge, for you to support my vision for this city. The security of our clan, the security of the Camarilla, the security of Chicago. Promise me this, and you will have your heart's desire. You'll finally have him in your grasp. Do with as you please. Don't look a blind eye.
Here's the thing. I don't know if I support the Camarilla. I don't necessarily support the Anarchs either. And of course I do not support the Spot.
Of course. What do you support, Elise?
I think we need to do something different. I may not be as old as some of the kindred here present in my club, but I don't think it takes much to realize that we keep doing the same thing over and over, and we keep running into the same issues. Now I think Cretius has a good idea. I don't necessarily agree with everything, but I do...
He's spoken to you about his ideas before.
Here and there, you know, I don't, like I said, I don't know everything. But I don't necessarily believe in having one kindred in charge of an entire city of kindred. Nor do I believe that we should be allowed to run freely and killing and exposing ourselves.
Of course.
I just believe there might be a better way. I don't necessarily have the answer, but I believe with as many minds that we have, we can come up with something different.
I will give you a third gift. Honesty. I have been with the Camarilla for a very long time. And to hear you speak these words, a bit difficult for me to swallow. Part of me wishes that I didn't hear them at all. Another part of me wishes to artfully flay your skin and wear your muscles. I feel like your arteries would be a fantastic geometrical shape. Perhaps the next painting that I make. But the most important thing, and the most difficult thing, I wish to support you. But the thing that you are suggesting is sensitive. The Camarilla has been here for a very long time, ruled by men and their pride. If you are to do what it is that you want to do, or if you want to work towards the goal that you wish to work towards, it cannot be done within a short time. Collateral damage will be done. Maybe even your own coterie mates. Are you willing to make that risk? Pay that price?
I assure you I have no plans to do anything. Simply a newcomer to town who has observed a similar pattern. And I appreciate that you want nothing more than to support me, considering I oppose the status quo, as it were.
Know that by me confiding this honesty into you, I am potentially making myself vulnerable. Please know that. A sign of good faith. I do hope that you do not disappoint me or use this weakness against me. It would not be safe.
I wouldn't dream of it, Annabelle. I know my place, which is, again, where I have no plans. I just have dreams, I guess you can say. And I know that I'm not alone in those dreams.
Who else shares your dreams?
I think I mentioned I am partial to Cretius and, the fellow Helen's way. I do believe that is a feasible path for our kind. However, don't misunderstand me. I'm not going to go against you. I just don't know where I sit in this moment, and so I don't think it's fair of me to request information out of you for a promise of support I can't necessarily give at this moment.
So you won't support me?
I don't know where I sit.
All right.
It's not that I won't or can't or have any other options on the table. It's more of I'm new in town, and to be honest, I don't know the situation. For Chicago specifically.
I respect your honesty. It is very refreshing. I will say that it's not the response I wanted, but perhaps it's the response perhaps it is the response I needed, though I will need some time to think. Thank you so much for spending this time with me. I know that you must be so busy, and I have other people to speak with urgently. Please be safe. I would feel dreadful if something happened to you or your club.
Of course. Thank you, Annabelle.
Of course. And if you ever want that information about your heart's desire, speak with Brett. We'll get in touch.
Of course. And as soon as I am able to make up my mind on where I sit, you will be the first to know.
Thank you. And then she will lean in and kiss both cheeks and leave, immediately seeking Ballard and Sierra.
Very well. We can cover that scene in a moment. As for, I don't know if you actually rolled for Sense the Unseen, Elise, but don't worry about it. I'm just going to say you don't really see anything untoward happening over the dance floor at this moment. But
okay. Thank you. Doesn't that let me see people using
obfuscate?
Abilities? Yeah. Or just like other abilities as well, like aspects and stuff like that?
No.
Or no?
I believe it's just like obfuscate and that kind
Presence,
of...
yes, but not
yeah, because you'll be able to see the aura, right? So...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. None of that happening on the dance floor, let's say.
Got it.
But we will... Well, since Ballard is going to be tied up in the next wee minute, I think Khaled would like to talk with the coterie, I believe.
Absolutely.
Very well. So...
Where are we gonna go speak?
Would you follow me out to the balcony? I'd like to speak to all of you together, privately.
Of course.
You all head off to the balcony, all gathered, and you're alone outside, the cold winter air hitting your undead flesh. Who is the first to speak? Is it Khaled or is it one of the coterie members?
I will be frank with every one of you right now. Please, smoke or drink, I do not care. I don't trust you, Jack Davis, or you, Alec Martinez, or you, Mr. Pierce, or you, Elise. But out here, away from the prying eyes and ears of the rest of the Camarilla, I am going to be the most honest kindred here. What happened to the wolf pack? I know you know.
Well, I was tracking their GPS coordinates and they left, but then as they left, it kind of just stopped, and that's all I know.
Is that right, Elise? Is that the truth of it?
Well...
Can't fault the kid.
Can't
say he's lied. Though he may not have all the relevant information.
What happened is the wolf pack attacked Maxwell, Jack, and I. Right? Isn't that what happened? Isn't that what happened?
Was that out of character?
Specifically, they attacked...
I forgot.
Yeah,
it was a long time ago.
Specifically, they cornered both Jack and Elise, and they were under Maxwell's employ at the time. And then
And that was because he stole a bike.
Yeah.
There was.
Right?
I didn't steal the bike. I stole the handle from the bike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I
And
forgot.
if you want to know what happened to them, it was
An anarch sniper blew up all of them,
So,
except for
take it
two.
away. Continue.
Well, see, the wolf pack and Jack and I got into a little pissing match. I'm sure you know how the wolf pack can be, little hard-headed. I'm not much of a fighter, so wasn't really my first choice. And Maxwell was involved, as well as a McTavish.
Sergeant Duncan. Yes, I'm familiar with the man.
Well, McTavish came in out of nowhere while Jack and I were avoiding fighting.
Normal kindred stuff between ourselves and the wolf pack.
Yeah.
McTavish seemed to know that they'd be there, and he did some real damage to them.
You must understand my position in this. The two of you were there. A lot of Gangrel were killed in the process. Now, Rosa...
By McTavish.
Allegedly.
Maxwell can corroborate.
If Maxwell is in on this, then it will be his head. Rosa will see it executed in the moment. I believe you. Now, my clan, we are people of our word, and I said I would be the most honest in this place. Is there anything you would like to know?
What's your beef with me?
Mr. Martinez, you are very good at what you do. But you are just not good enough yet. You see, with my connections and my hound Gabriella, I have a lot of excerpts of phone conversations between yourself and Elise, using certain words that would get all of us killed. Now, you are very good. I must state this. It is only because I have Gabriella that I was even able to get this. No mere mortal without that amount of confidence and concentration and skill that Gabriella has would be able to find this.
So that was you.
Partially. Trust that this is not blackmail. In fact, Mr. Martinez, I would make you an offer. Gabriella is the most talented technician and hacker in this town. I will not bring this to the council if you work with her and you report to her your CIA interactions.
I got nothing to hide with that. I would have done it anyways.
Do I have a deal, Mr. Martinez? I do not.
If I agree to this, you're pretty much saving my skin.
Gabriella can learn a thing or two from you as well. Remember, this is not blackmail, but an opportunity. If it were up to me, I would put you in another hound position with her, taking care of technology in the city. The two of you will make a formidable force. Like I said,
compliment.
You four, I will be the most honest kindred in this place. I'm offering opportunities and ways out of this predicament because I can see the hunger in the eyes of this council already. They either want you dead or want you doing something that will get you killed.
Well, if it's something to do with computers, you can count me in.
And that's what I like to hear. Elise, how was your discussion with your little parrot on your shoulder?
About as well as you can imagine.
I expected as much.
I also expected it to go, and it's gonna keep going the direction that it's going. It's a fine line when it comes to me being so young, talking with those much more experienced than I.
And yet, you are the most likely to survive out of all four of you. Unfortunately, for the rest of you, your clan puts you in a difficult situation. Mr. Pierce, being a La Sombra, I imagine Miss Van Buren has already spoken to you.
Yes, we've spoken.
Wonderful. She is very intelligent and very ruthless. You would be wise to heed her words. However, Jack, you are quite the anomaly for everyone here. We do not know you. We do not know what your intentions are. But I imagine the fact that you even showed here gives us some idea that you're willing to make a compromise to join the Camarilla.
My intentions, much as you may doubt them, pretty straightforward. I'm looking for what's making me safer. For a long time, that was staying on my own, keeping out of the affairs of kind and kindred alike. Chicago got to be a more dangerous place, and I sought out safety in numbers, and now I'm here.
Something we all need, especially these nights, is a place to rest safely. I suspect the council is going to ask you some very personal and deep, intense questions. So prepare yourselves, however you may do so. I know more than they do. Their ideas of all of you are very surface level. Show them your devotion to the Camarilla. With that, Khaled will simply give each one of them a nod, one by one, and take their leave back to Elysium.
Khaled,
Yes.
before you go, can I speak to you? Since you said that you'd be the most forthcoming and you know the most.
As long as you are aware that my clan doesn't just give secrets freely, we trade in information, then yes, right this way.
I understand. And she'll follow you just a little bit away from the group.
I imagine you just wait for the group to leave and you just stay on the balcony. Yeah.
Sure.
Perfect.
Do you know how the Inquisition found out about the asylum?
I have my suspicions.
I have heard suspicions. I've heard suspicions from multiple sources.
What does...
I was hoping for something more solid than suspicions.
What does the word bliss mean to you, Elise?
It's another club. I know it was destroyed shortly after mine was attacked by the Inquisition. Beyond that, I don't know much more.
I've come under certain information that they were already checking out the place before it was attacked. It's likely they were looking at yours too. And like I said earlier, some of the transcripts I've come across use very large, very bad words. It's possible they already know. Or perhaps something else is happening and your boss has sold you out.
That aligns with... When you say boss, are you referring to...
Miss Vorman.
To be honest, I never considered that she would sell me out and send me here simultaneously.
All speculation, Elise. I wish I had solid answers for you, but picking apart the Second Inquisition's databases is like dancing with fire. You don't want to get burned. My clan has already made that mistake once. We're not going to make it again.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Before you go, this is a transaction, Elise. I want to know... where your allegiance lies. Is it with the Camarilla? Is it with the Vorman? Is it simply the club itself?
I think my allegiance lies with those who have something to offer me.
That is very on brand with your clan, Elise.
I don't see... I'm not against... How do I put this? I am not actively seeking to overthrow any systems or powers currently in place, considering things are fractured.
Surely.
I think it can go in any direction.
Are you not tempted to step up and take a slice of the pie for yourself?
Of course I am. I think many of us are tempted. I think it would be foolish. I recognize where I sit. I'm young. I'm not dumb.
No, I can tell. Someone you should meet. But first of all, might I say, your willingness to even talk to me, a Toreador and a Nosferatu, shows that you are already smarter than the rest of your clan.
I don't believe in judging clans solely based on stereotypes. And I think anybody who does is going to regret it at some point in their life.
I only wish that more of our council saw the way that you did. Speak with Cedric Calhoun about this, trusted advisor of mine.
I will.
That Khalid disappears. Now, I believe there was going to be a pulling together of Sierra and Horatio by Annabelle. So we'll quickly cover that.
I would say that Horatio wouldn't be difficult. He would have been not much of a socializer. He's all business. He would have been keeping an eye on Elise's office from a respectable distance, not intruding on a meeting he was not invited to. But Annabelle leaves that office first, and if she's looking for him, Horatio would see her leave and would lock eyes. He appears to be mostly looking at a little sheaf of documents, wherever that came from. No one can tell, but maybe his pockets fit more than most people's. So he's just going over some things, and he would shut it as you approach.
Horatio.
Annabelle nods towards the office you exited from. How fares our humble host?
Exquisite as ever. How have you been?
Hungry. But that is hardly new.
Perhaps we should find something to nibble on. In fact, there is someone that I would like to speak with you, if that's all right.
Indeed. I can spare some time.
You spoil me, Bella. Sierra, do you know where she is?
I have seen her wandering, but we might have to look around a little. I believe she was... I don't think he would have seen her with Lou, but he would have seen her with Alexa. Yeah. I believe she was speaking with Alexa at some point, though that was a time ago.
It doesn't.
Hear anything juicy?
I wouldn't dare to eavesdrop.
Oh, you know I don't like to gossip, Bella. Stop.
It doesn't take too long to find Sierra, I would say. Once you find Sierra...
There she is. Sierra.
Annabelle, how lovely to see you. How are you enjoying the mingling?
Oh, it's been enlightening.
Great.
Would you mind if we had a little powwow with my beloved friend, Horatio Bella?
Definitely. Horatio and I haven't caught up in a while, so it'll be good.
Oh,
Indeed
wonderful.
not. But as you well know, I am, of course, in full support of your clan's new status amongst us.
I appreciate it. Confirmation is always good, so thank you.
Where would we like to go? The balcony, perhaps, unless there's people there?
A lovely night. Let's step outside.
Very well.
Outside on the ground level, I'm guessing, because the balcony is currently being occupied by Khaled and the rest of the code.
Do they have a map of
I've seen the map. I've seen the map.
so they can
the
see
map
other
through,
areas?
yeah.
Okay,
I think
cool.
out of everywhere, the only other place
Just
would be
checking.
either the VIP room or outside, to be honest. But it's fine. You guys can go outside. But yes, go ahead.
Annabelle would like to use heightened senses to see if their nearby surroundings has been bugged.
Has not.
Say again?
Has not. From
Has not?
Nothing's been bugged. I'm not about to risk anything. Elise is not risky. She's risk adverse.
Let me just check something real quick. And if I was to perhaps turn on Sense the Unseen? Anything else?
Don't think so.
No?
No, I think you're all good.
Okay.
Not from my end. Not unless Chris has some secrets.
I don't have any secrets yet.
Who knows? All right. So Annabelle kind of like looks around as if she's admiring the night sky and the architecture of the building, and she smells the air and even looks at the slight cracks in the side of the building where the cement may have parted. But she seems almost satisfied with whatever she's found or what she has not found. And then she turns to the both of you.
Horatio will, of course, throw Sierra a quick eye roll while Annabelle's back is to them as this display goes on, because he doesn't really understand what you're actually doing. He just thinks you're being a flighty toreador.
Yeah.
Just a wry smile from Sierra.
We should be secure here, though perhaps we should lower our voices.
Of course.
First of all, and most importantly, how are the both of you feeling?
Wonderful. Everything's going quite nicely so far, I think.
There were plenty of worse outcomes from that opening meeting, but the night is young yet.
Exactly what I was going to say, dear Horatio. What do we think about where we're at right now?
I don't like the lack of prints, but we can still make it work. I think lacking a figurehead, especially in such trying times, is a poor choice. It leads to a fundamental weakness, especially in a Camarilla where people will try in other ways to grab power, which will inevitably result in more chaos. So,
Hernandez.
what about her?
You mean General?
Oh, of course. She is a less offensive choice than some. But the fact
She's
remains...
a wonderful choice.
The fact remains, that she is more inclined to listen to Cretius than any other. And Cretius has some ideas which are, well, as old as he is. I would be wary of that connection.
The good thing about Cretius, however, is that he listens to reasonable opinions from everybody, and he can be swayed by reason as well.
He can.
But does he hold on to bias? I've seen the way he looks at me. I'm quite tempting, but he hates my guts.
How can we circumnavigate that then?
I have a few ideas. He came with a lover. Precious, delicious little thing. I smelled them on the way in. Pardon. But he also has his little boy. Also a cute, delicious little thing. Perhaps
Indeed.
if one was to talk to one, we can talk to the other without chaos.
I know that his little boy caused quite a ruckus a few nights ago in his little warehouse.
Haven't they all?
Indeed.
What do you
Young ones.
feel about the coterie as a whole?
They are, as I said earlier, they've arrived and things have gone horribly wrong.
Oh, and I should have prefaced this. Please do not think that you will offend me by bad-mouthing Elise.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Indeed. I have no complaints about Elise in particular at present. The affiliations or lack thereof of the others do give me some trepidation.
Oh! Would you like me to change that opinion?
Oh? On who?
On Elise, of course.
My
What
word.
about her?
What have you learned?
Oh, I've learned such delicious things. Let it be known that I am loyal to Camarilla, and that I value the security of kindred as a whole than the kindred of one. Understand the sacrifice I'm making when I say this.
All too well.
Indeed.
I heard a little rumor. A little birdie told me that Elise said that she was perhaps not fond of the Camarilla. That she
Is
did
that
not
so?
want to maybe be a part of it. That perhaps she was more inclined to Cretius's way of unlife. Apparently,
That's worrying.
they have had conversations before now. Not surprising, considering that his delicious, delectable, supple little boy has been in their coterie.
That poses a huge problem. She's the only one of that coterie who represents one of the pillars of the Camarilla.
Indeed.
And if she is wavering in her loyalty, then the others are... they might as well have been spoken for.
Yes. One is wrapped around Cretius's delectable long fingers, and the other is, well, forgive me, Sierra, a La Sombra in which we do not know that much about.
Of course, nor do I. I've never met them before tonight, and that worries me,
And
especially since I am here representing our clan,
of course,
at least
Let us-
unofficially now.
Let us also not forget the fourth member of their coterie, who of which Alexa's report contained basically enough I don't know
the
as
Zemeis.
as the summation of her information regarding him, which is disquieting. And yes, Simisi, the one piece of information we do have about him being not an encouraging one.
I smelled a most unique bouquet while I was standing outside of this establishment. It was uncomfortable, as one would expect. There are a lot of very intense personalities here.
Huh.
But I think that there is another level to his discomfort, though I can't quite put my tongue on it.
As far as I'm concerned, this coterie coming in, representing Sabbat clans, and an explosion of Sabbat behavior as soon as they come in, doesn't bode well for all the work I've done for the Camarilla. And so, as far as I'm concerned, actions need to be taken, especially if, as you say, Elise has expressed to you some distaste for the Camarilla.
Distaste is one word for it. Disloyalty is another. What do you think would be an appropriate course of action for this coterie? Sadly, I believe that the extermination of people within the coterie would be a tad dramatic. And
Especially since we're trying to boost our numbers.
I believe a pragmatic line of thought should be considered there, yes.
Dissolution, maybe? Making it unlawful for them to work together, yet working for us directly? Lurch for you, Sierra. Elise for me. And so on.
Each of them has their talents. Each of them has places in which they can be put to use. And I do abhor a waste.
Their working together has so far caused more mess and chaos, which we've had to spend time and resources cleaning up.
Miss Van Boris, you do not need to tell me about that.
Indeed. You know better than everybody.
He sort of holds the sheet of documents together and says, and indeed I will be speaking to them about it very shortly.
Would you mind if I accompany you?
I intend to be very frank with them. I intend to perhaps impart upon them that they are in a little more mortal danger than had previously been suggested.
I would very much.
Will you back me up on this pretense? Or at least not interfere with it?
Oh, I just want to be there to spectate. I'm a bit of a voyeur.
It's factual, so...
The goal of this meeting is to bring them more in line to all of our benefits, though it will certainly benefit me as well.
Yes, well, if they are at least restricted from acting in ways that they have, then it's to the benefit of all of us, including them and their own longevity, even if they don't see it. And if they're still bound to us, then we can still use them in a way that we need to, given the circumstances currently.
A friendly witness would indeed be helpful, Annabelle. And I shall definitely remember any, even non-verbal support that you provide.
Oh, Horatio, I do have an idea. If I was to, let's be real, Cracius must have a thing for me. Have you seen the way he's been looking at me? If I was to speak to his lover, would you mind speaking to Ace and seeing what you can do on that end? And Sierra, would you mind speaking to Elise and seeing what you can do there? Unless you have not spoken to Lou yet. I'm very curious what they have to say.
I have spoken to them, crushed mostly by grief from the loss of their coterie member. Not much else currently, unfortunately.
And what do we think of T, honestly, in this space that is not intruded upon?
Sorry, T, you said?
Yes, T. O'Sullivan. Poor thing. Spoke to him, and he was such a delightful neonate.
I did not have the pleasure of meeting him.
Nor did I.
Sadly, this does mean that his portion of the debt I am owed is in the air. I shall have to think about that very hard.
As crude as it is, it perhaps makes our job of negotiating a little easier.
I believe that, and I do hope that the Lord above forgives me for saying so.
I'm sure he will.
I think that he his sacrifice was necessary. He saved countless mortals and kindred. He helped with the Masquerade. Ish. It would have been a lot more expensive for you, Mr. Ballard, if he did not have the dignity to die. And it just would have been... So.
And, Annabelle, it's opened up an opportunity for you.
Go on.
Things are as they are. Things are open. People are scrambling.
Wouldn't that also be good for you, Sierra?
Perhaps so.
For all of us?
Mutual benefit.
Think on that note, we cut back to inside the asylum, where Elise has just finished talking with Khaled and is making her way down the balcony when Chad comes up to her. Ma'am.
Oh, a friendly face. Chad, it's so good
I think we have
you.
a problem.
Oh, God. God damn it. What is it?
Come with me.
Okay, let's go.
You follow Chad down through the stairs, and he leads you towards the bathrooms, which tonight really shouldn't be used, but there are guards standing outside the bathroom right now. He looks at you and he says, "Ma'am, I'm sorry, brace yourself."
Okay, I'm braced.
Opens the door. A dead body is here in the bathroom. Mudavir, Cretius's lover. And on the wall in blood is the Sabbat symbol. And that is where we're going to cut for our next break, because I really need to go to the toilet, and I'm so sorry how long this is going.
Me too.
Yeah,
I'm
so
to pee.
sorry for how long this is going, but this is good. I'm kind of.
Are you kidding me? Did anybody think this wasn't going to be a 6-hour minimum?
We will start back up and come in to the asylum bathroom as Chad is standing there with Elise. The dead body of Mudavir there with the Sabbat under upside down cross with the circle at the bottom with spikes is scrawled in blood on the wall. And he says, "Ma'am, I don't know what we should have done. Maybe we should have put people in the bathrooms. What do you want to do about this, ma'am?"
I am screwed. This person is important to a really big player. A really big player, Chad.
It was my fault. I'm head of security. Whoever...
Where's Miguel?
He's down in the basement with the monitoring the CCTV cameras. I've already set him on the task of finding out who's entered and exited this place.
I want eyes on him the entire time he was in the club. Where was he? Who was he
Miguel?
with? I want to know. No, not Miguel.
Mudavir. Mudavir. Okay.
Mudavir. I want to know as soon as he showed up, who he was talking to, who he was with, every minute that he was in this
Already
club.
on it, ma'am. That's what Miguel is looking into right now. He's just as angry about this whole situation as I am.
This puts us in one of the worst possible positions that we could be in.
What do we do? How can I help you?
I need you to get the rest of the coterie. I want Ace, I want Lou, and I want Jack in this room right now.
Got it.
I'm gonna lock the door when you leave.
Should I move the guards away to not bring attention here?
Yes.
Okay. And he leaves.
And I lock the door.
Okay.
And I want to survey everything that I can. I want to get the information, like the symbol. Do I recognize the symbol?
You obviously recognize it as the Sabbat symbol.
Was it he drew it in his own blood, or did somebody draw it
from Mudavir's blood? Mudavir looks drained.
So he was drunk dry, or his throat was slit and there's blood everywhere?
It looks like he was drunk dry, but left enough to do the
symbol. So there's not blood all over the floor. It's just his body drained.
It's
and
sort
then
of
the
smeared
blood
around where his neck
symbol.
is, but like there's no throat cut or anything like that. Nothing like that.
Can I do sense the unseen? I don't think I'll see anything.
Yeah,
but
you can do it, but I'll just tell you, you're not going to see anything. Meanwhile, we're going to cut to Annabelle, Horatio, and Sierra outside. Sorry, Bunny, did you have anything you wanted to say?
No. It was just things that I was going to say, but you cut to me, so it's fine.
Okay.
She's in the middle of a conversation.
You three are talking, and that is when you see Cretius walk up with Anita Wainwright in his toe, and he looks at the three of you and he says,
Politicking, I take.
You'd be correct.
When are we not, darling?
Well, this is Anita Wainwright, Baron of the Anarchs, one of two barons.
Is this during, before, or after the situation?
Oh, you have no idea, but like the situation is happening at the moment, but none of you have any idea what's happening with the situation. Oh. Yeah. During.
Yeah, okay. Go on.
So, I've brought the Anarch Baron here to discuss the meeting and discuss how we best can facilitate the Anarchs in the future of this troubles we find.
Wait. You hear that?
Hear what?
Annabelle?
Wait, hush. Follow me. She goes into the club.
It's lovely to meet you, Anita. My name is Sierra Shamburis.
That can happen later.
The three of you rush inside. Jack, Ace, and Lou, you three are collected by Chad. I'm going to say all of you kind of arrive towards this toilet around this, like towards the toilet door at the same time, the bathroom door. And Precious looks at all of you and says,
What exactly is happening here?
I don't...
I would very much like to know.
You don't smell that.
Blood. I can smell blood. What's...
She knocks on the door.
Elise, there's a knock at the door.
I'm obviously going to open it because I'm sure I heard the people behind there.
The door opens.
Elise?
What's happening here?
Hello, Annabelle.
Is there an issue?
There is. Cretius. Somebody has...
Annabelle steps back. And with one hand, she kind of gets Horatio back.
What's happening?
You should see for yourself.
Why does the stink of blood in there?
Gestures for him to come in.
Cretius walks in. He sees the sight of his lover, Mudavir, dead. And his eyes widen, tears of blood start rolling down his face as he just can't believe what he's seeing. And he looks at you, Elise, and he says,
What is this? Is this some kind of joke? Some kind of...
This isn't a joke, Creature.
Don't kill him!
I don't know what it
kill
is.
him! And he grabs
No!
you. He's frenzying at this point.
Sorry, I think I spoke with the voice thing on. He's frenzying at this point. Everyone can hear this. Rosa, you hear Cretius yelling. Khalid, you hear this as well. You can all kind of filter towards this area if you wish.
Oh, absolutely.
Annabella's like trying to like herd Sierra and Horatio like away from the area.
Oh yeah. No, I'm
Horatio
staying
doesn't
far,
need
far away.
encouragement. Yeah, he's no.
I'm with you, Rosa.
Like Annabella's just like clutching imaginary pearls. Like,
Ace, what are you doing? This is your sire who is frenzying against Elise. We're in the points of things, we're in combat right now. It's going to take a turn for Rosa and Khalid to arrive. So we're going to skip. What is everyone doing? So you three are kind of backing away. What's Lou and Ace doing? And Jack?
Ace is gonna jump in front and look at Cretius in his eyes and tell him to focus.
Cretius
That's pretty much.
is going to throw you to the side. I believe you have celerity stuff, right?
Yeah, I'm going to
do a dexterity plus athletics plus whatever celerity things you want to add on. Rouse check if need be.
Do I get an opportunity to try to use my fleetness to get away from him before he grabs me? Okay. What should I roll for
Just
that?
roll me a stamina plus dexterity. All right.
Stamina and dexterity? Do you mean?
Dexterity.
No, you can do both. You can do both traits. Oh, sorry, athletics plus stamina. Sorry, is what I would mean.
Not dexterity?
No, but you wouldn't be. It's fine. It's the fleetness. What I'm going to say, what I'm going to rule here is basically the fleetness is just going to give you an opportunity to get the fuck out. So you're not going to get bonuses on your dice, but it's just going to give you an opportunity.
Dexterity is
but no
more for
negatives
like
either. Yeah.
dodging.
Where?
With the 3, I'm going to say that's enough.
I guess I'll.
I'm going to say that's enough with the 3.
Oh.
Jack, what are you doing?
I assume that Elise is like trying to bolt upstairs.
Oh.
No,
No?
I don't want him to leave the room. So I'm gonna just get across to the other side. Like, I don't want to take this out into the dance floor. Because I don't want him to destroy anything else or bring any more attention to it.
I can see Ace, because Ace is faster than me. He would have been faster and got in front. I'm just gonna try and like back up Ace, and if he gets physically pushed or tried to move, I'm gonna try and help him stay stable.
Sorry, go ahead.
Annabelle is actually, after knowing that Horatio and Sierra are like out of the way, Annabelle's actually going to impose herself between Elise and
next turn.
Cretius.
Next turn you can do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is what happens. Rosa and Khalid. Lou, are you going to do anything?
I'm in the bathroom, right?
You're at
you guys are all at the bathroom,
door right now as Cretius has entered and trying to attack Ace, who's pretty much just appeared in front of him.
I guess I would just activate prowess and try to push him away.
Cool. Give me a strength plus roll, please. All right.
Horatio will very quietly under his breath say to Sierra, "Perhaps a problem is about to solve itself."
Indeed. Perhaps we have to do less work than we originally thought.
Still politicking in the middle.
Chris,
Get a willpower?
That is
Get a willpower?
if Horatio's not in danger, he's going to talk shit.
Okay. All right. So this is what happens. basically, Cretius goes to grab Ace as Ace has appeared in front of him, but Ace just manages to duck to the side. As he's distracted by this, that's where Lou just shoves him to the side, and he doesn't really expect this, so he kind of stumbles a little bit. His teeth bared. He looks very similar to the night he embraced you, Ace. Rosa, Khalid, you two arrive. Elise, you manage to get out of the way. Jack, I'm going to say you've sort of imposed yourself between Elise and Cretius, and we'll go to the next round. Go ahead, as there's a frenzying brouhaha.
I'm gonna announce loud enough for the people in the room to hear, but hopefully not to alarm anybody outside. Like, we need to restrain him until he regains his senses.
Would it be, this is player to storyteller, would it be possible to use a particular strong presence power to bring him back to reality? Or at least
I'm going to tell you right.
Stop him.
I've got Quell the Beast, which is what I'll be planning to do on my next turn.
Definitely.
Great choice.
Definitely. In that case, then, I think Annabelle, seeing that, like, especially with her, like, senses and all that stuff, seeing that, I believe Jack superimposed themselves.
Yep.
Seeing that, Annabelle is actually going to superimpose herself in front of Ace.
Okay, so Rosa, you're going to use Quell the Beast to.
Yeah, Rosa's just gonna get out of my way and shove a glass that she was drinking whiskey from to the side and try and get Critias's attention to use Quell the Beast.
Okay, what's the roll for that? I'm trying to find it at the moment.
That is a very good question.
I don't think you need his attention.
You don't. You just need to look at them.
Charisma, animalism.
Versus stamina resolve.
I'm gonna roll for Cretius.
You guys are like dictionary.
Yeah, no, that's great.
Right?
It's great.
It's so
Don't
right.
forget power bonus.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
And if you have any merits, but I don't think any merits would apply for this.
No.
Does he get... No, he wouldn't get pluses for this, because I know he gets some pluses when he's in Frenzy, but I think it's just physical, right? Or to try to resist...
this is...
Yes.
Unless he surges.
No.
Yeah.
While you're frenzying, I don't think you can surge.
He rolled terribly.
Good!
Oh, thank
Yeah.
God. Don't want to hurt him. He's just hurting.
I don't remember
gonna-
what the modifier
I was
is.
gonna.
What's your
grasp.
blood potency?
Where does it say that?
Should it be
Under blood and
Sorry.
XP, I think.
3 or 4, maybe? It's what the book says.
Sorry, new to Roll20.
No, I
All
don't
good.
get you.
Sorry, I should probably look this up myself as well.
Max health, no.
It's in blood and XP.
There's like a blood and XP tab on the top. Yeah.
There's a tab.
Yeah, scroll up to the top. There's tabs.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I filled it out. I may not have.
I do have
no,
the
shit, I
companion
haven't.
guide open.
I haven't.
So if you tell me what your blood potency is, I can tell you what your...
Blood potency 2.
One
s-
dice.
From what this
2
says.
extra dice.
So,
then, I
well,
think.
for blood surge or for discipline power bonus?
Blood surge.
Blood surge is 2,
Two
but
dice.
discipline you get 1.
Yeah.
Discipline 1. Okay, well,
Yeah.
let's just do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
Oh, ties go to the player.
can re-roll.
Ties go to the
You got a
player.
bunch
Oh.
of nerds in
Never
here.
mind.
You're gonna find quick responses.
Ties go to the player.
Correct.
So, no need to re-roll. As everyone is ready to pounce and you know, to subdue Cretius, he just falls down on his knees, just starts weeping.
Ace rapidly goes straight to Cretius and pretty much puts his arm over him.
I would like to just face the rest of the crowd and activate Daunt so they don't come near to where this is all happening.
Horatio, standing next to you, will probably follow suit on that.
What's Khalid doing? Is Khalid just watching this whole display happening?
Simply going to turn to Rosa, give them a nod. Nice work, General. and just start investigating this blood sign.
Thank you, Rosa.
Anita
I don't think could have done it without
is
you.
going to push through and is going to join you, Ace. Rosa, are you going to join to comfort Cretius?
Yeah. Gonna, like, half comfort, but also turn her body so that she's watching everyone else and making sure no one does anything. Well, patting him on the back.
I need to leave.
Elise is gonna shut the door.
I need to get out of here. What?
Elise, is there a back exit?
Yeah, there's where we're currently at. The closest exit is actually I don't remember. Just a second, let me.
Kitchen,
I don't remember my own layout.
I believe.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up.
Gracious, I can offer my own car.
I shall travel with Anita.
The entrance is the closest exit. If he wants to go through the kitchen, we'd have to go through between the bar and the dance floor, and that's probably busy.
Ace looks at Anita, so can you please take him home?
Anita nods. Anita looks over at you, Rosa, and just says, so this is what the Camarilla are offering. Safety.
Uh-oh.
It's been a rough couple of nights. We're working on more things.
Got it. Yeah, I'll look after him, kid.
Thank you.
My computer had a moment. Can someone please just inform me of what happened within the last, 10-ish seconds?
Oh, pretty much they just decided that they were going to leave, and Anita's going to be going with Cretius.
Okay.
Out the back.
Cretius looks to you, Rosa, and says,
Rosa, if we could just take Mudavir and just make sure he's somewhere safe.
Yeah.
and with that, Cretius leaves, with Anita in tow, leaving everyone else here in the Elysium. Now, what is the next action that is going to happen? Who is going to talk to who? Who is going to... Well, I'll leave it up to you all to decide what you're all doing.
I think Rosa would like to address anyone that's in the bathroom.
My question will be, will everyone just kind of pile into the bathroom, close the door, and just sort of tell everyone to... I'm guessing everyone's just going to pile in, right? Yeah. All right. Go ahead.
Yep.
Cool.
Horatio doesn't want to miss anything, yeah?
Go ahead.
So, what the fuck happened here?
Somebody died.
Elise?
Died's the obvious. I don't know. Chad, part of my security, came up to me, said that we had a problem. Brought me in here. I saw the problem, immediately knew the trouble we were in. Went to told my security to track his every movement. Reached for my coterie mates, particularly Ace, because I know that he would be able to break the news to Cretius in a better way than what just happened. Thank God you were here, Rosa, otherwise that could have gone worse. But I don't know what happened. I don't think it could be much worse than this.
Do any of you know blood sorcery?
Out of character.
It would only be Sun Chi.
Chris. What I have rituals. That's not blood sorcery.
Yeah,
right?
but it's kind of in the same family. Yeah, but none of your
of your
blood rituals would have any would help in this situation. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing that would help us in this moment.
Are there any Tremere here?
Yes, there is.
One.
We should get her to taste this blood on the wall. and see if she can discern anything about it.
Allow me.
I want to.
I'll come with you, Annabelle.
What was that?
I'll come with you. This is my club after all. I am responsible for this. I only think it's best if I am part of it.
She holds out her hand for yours.
And I put it there.
She wraps her fingers around your hand and squeezes tightly. Not supernaturally, not supernatural strength, but tightly. And she walks out of the bathroom to find the Tremere.
While they are out, Horatio is looking at the message on the wall, I believe. Mira? There was a Sabbat
Just
message?
the Sabbat symbol.
That is interesting artwork. I don't believe it was here before the murder.
No.
Can I make some kind of investigation check to see how well this is drawn?
Investigation plus awareness. We'll go with.
Sorry, you mean intelligence with resolve? Mm-hmm. Which one of those? So investigation plus.
Oh yeah. Investigation plus wits. Yeah, investigation plus wits. 2. Want to re-roll any of that?
Yes.
Might as well use it, right?
It's WP re-roll to re-roll.
There we go.
So
only one more, so 3 successes.
3.
And none of those. Oh, that was a 10. Yeah, none of your original ones were 10s. So what you were trying to figure out in terms of like how well it's
yeah,
drawn.
if there was a real Sabbat, it would be drawn quite well.
No, it's definitely not. With a 3, there's a hastiness to it. There's mistakes there for sure.
This was not done by a Sabbat.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Okay.
I will
Blue would know.
preface to say that if it was done by a Sabbat, it was done by somebody who is fairly new. But it's somebody who's not old.
I suspect. Otherwise, it's done by a shovelhead or someone very young. And the chances of them getting in here unnoticed is very unlikely.
Well, that
And a very poor look.
brings us closer to the suspicion that they are indeed creating shovelheads.
Or perhaps someone is trying to sway things their way.
Perhaps.
Not to interrupt those who may have, I guess, seniority to me.
Please.
But Elise, have we checked on the prisoner?
Elise.
I'm
left.
not there right
She's
now.
not
Oh,
here.
Elise is okay. Yeah.
I left with
Okay.
Annabelle really quick.
All right, but it may be worth arranging
Chad is in the
to
room.
check on the prison. Chad, have we checked on the prisoner?
Yeah. Prisoner is still secure.
Secure.
They're in torpor?
The stake is through their heart, yeah. I don't know what word you said, but I understand that's the... If you meaning that they're asleep, yeah.
You good, Chad?
Rules out something at least.
No one steps outside until we figure this out.
Mm-hmm.
So, I believe Annabelle and Elise were heading off to the Tremere. Is there any conversation that Elise and Annabelle are going to have on the way?
Act natural. We don't want to give anybody any suspicions that something is wrong.
I think Cretius's outburst was evidence enough that things are not fine.
Still, if there is any chance of keeping the club under wraps longer, I think it's best we act natural.
Eventually, the atmosphere in the club is very apprehensive. Not many people are dancing at the moment. They're all kind of chittering and chattering to each other as you walk your way through, you eventually find Sun-Chi seated on her own, looking around very confused, and she looks up at the two of you and she says, hello.
Hi, dear.
Hi.
Hi. What's happening? Everyone seems to be a bit, weird right now. Weirder than normal, I'd say.
Yes, you should come with us. We need your expertise.
Okay. Yeah. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, for sure. Sun-Chi, by the way. Sun-Chi.
Dear. Oh, a pleasure to meet you. I am Annabelle, and this is Elise.
Hello.
Wonderful.
Lovely to meet you both. I don't get much time outside the chantry, so this is really. I mean, this was really fun for a while, but everyone seems to be acting really weird right now, and I don't understand why. I really don't understand.
Dear?
How
old are you, dear?
Oh, I'm.
I have to look this up. Give me a second.
Really?
Where is it? Trivia. Here we go. Sun-Chi.
Asking ages. Isn't that a bit taboo?
We have more on our plate.
I think I'm like 26. Are you meaning how old I am? Like now? Or are you meaning like how old I am?
Yes.
I'm like 15.
Wow, that is amazing, and you've been trained very well, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. Disabled he's taught me very well. He taught me very, very well.
That is amazing. Please come with us.
Okay.
And she walks up to the bathroom and she's,
I'm gonna be honest, not a lot of people have talked to me tonight, and I think this is gonna be, really cool to talk to both of you, and because I don't.
Oh, I think this will be a night to remember. Come now.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
and then she's just kind of just talking about how amazing this is, and as you walk into the door,
quickly.
Yeah. As you walk into the door, she just stops and she's like, oh, this is what you wanted me for.
Figure it out.
What do you mean by figure it out? Who?
Do you possess blood sorcery in which you can taste blood and then figure out some of its properties?
Yeah, I do. I haven't, I don't know a lot, but, I can taste
Now's your opportunity to learn, then.
Whatever is within your capabilities, my dear, do them now. It is your duty to the Camarilla.
Rosa will just point at the mirror.
She'll kind of look over her shoulder and she's like,
the chantry told me not to really do magic. Okay, you know what? It's okay. We're making friends tonight. It's fine. I'm gonna...
Several Primogen are in this room. Whatever you do is with our approval. Do it.
Okay, all right.
And she moves over to the blood, puts her finger on it, tastes it. She is going to do... what is that? That is... Taste for blood, which is resolve plus blood sorcery. So, resolve... Discipline. 4. Your difficulty 3.
Well, a lot of fear. A lot of fear from this one. Ghoul.
Not surprising, considering what happened to
It's
him.
definitely a ghoul. Very strong blood, whoever was feeding this one. But
there goes that.
I mean, I can't. But that's about as much as I can tell from tasting the blood. I can try to do some kind of other sorceries, but I would need a. Do you have a silver cup?
Yes.
Oh.
And I'll go get it. I'll go send Chad to get some silver from the kitchen.
I don't know if this is...
Are there any other items you might need?
I don't know if this is going to be enough blood. There's not a lot in him.
She pokes him.
There is plenty on the wall.
Yeah, but to get it off, we got to dilute it with water, and I don't know how that's going to... I'll give it a go. I'll try.
I think that'll be fine.
All right. So, you gather the cup. She's going to try to do blood walk with this to see when on a ritual roll as used to learn the generation. It doesn't really help, does it? Okay, I'm going to defer to the people that know more about the various different things. What? She has blood sorcery 3, which means that she has level 3, and she can get level 3 rituals. Is there anything that she can actually do to assist with this?
To find out who killed someone? No.
No, it's not like Scry the Soul. It's more like you can figure out if it's ghoul's blood. If you like critical win, you can figure out the names of thralls and stuff.
She can try
and
ritual.
blood bonds as well. Yeah.
Yeah, blood bonds.
She can try. Actually, she can try to do Eyes of the Past. Actually, so it's a level 3.
And I think there's actually also a ritual that allows you to, so long as you have the body, to do a ritual to interrogate the aura of the dead person, like and ask them questions.
Is that Oblivion?
No, that is blood sorcery. I will find it.
Sounds like a V20 thing.
No,
It does
it's
sound very
V5.
V20.
And let me see if I can find that.
Which out of the 100 books is that one?
right.
I know.
Level 2 rituals, calling the aura's remnants.
Thank
The
you.
ritual allows the caster to speak with the residual psychic aura of someone who has died. Ingredients: a human corpse or the corpse of a destroyed vampire. Process.
I'm going to give you a choice. I'm going to give everyone here a choice, and you can kind of all discuss it out of character. She can do one of these. She can either do Eyes. She can try Eyes of the Past, or she can try calling the aura's remnant. So it's all of yours decision.
What does Eyes of the Past?
Eyes of the Past.
They basically go back in time and like see what happened.
Yeah, allows the caster to see what happened at the present location at a specific time of their selection, up to 5 years ago. The caster can see what happened as the past as if they were standing there right now. So there's that one. Or
Probably that one.
Yeah.
How specific a time? How long has he been there?
Up to 5 years ago. So we could.
No,
But not,
we
he's
don't
not going
know
to see
when
the
he
entire
died.
5-year history. You have to pick a time within
Yeah.
it.
I need to know when. I can't remember his name. Mar something went into the bathroom.
Mudavir.
I'm just gonna check
Mudavir.
my medicine real quick to see if I can find like an estimate.
Yeah. You give me whoever wants to medicine plus intelligence to see how long this body's been here.
That's funny.
No medicine.
I won't try doing that.
No.
Jack, do you have medicine?
I got 2.
He was our medicine person. Where? Oh, sad.
Now it's your time.
Medicine and
Not very
what?
much.
Intelligence.
Yeah, Ballard has no medicine at all, so it wouldn't make sense even with the high intelligence.
Yeah.
I could blood bottle with
Yes.
0 medicine.
Good.
And if anyone
Yeah,
else has
alright.
at least 1 level of medicine, they could technically help you.
Kieran, did you roll with intelligence too, or just medicine?
That was intelligence.
Yeah.
He's not.
I do have a question, and I will defer to the people that know more about this because I haven't really done many rituals. What are the normal rolls I roll for a ritual? I believe it's like intelligence plus blood sorcery.
Intelligence, blood sorcery.
And
yeah.
like, how do I know that it's succeeded? I can't quite. That's the part.
difficulty is
Level plus 1.
Level plus 1.
Yeah. So whatever.
Thank you.
So 2 plus 1, so 3.
I think it's a 3.
Yeah.
It's 4. It's a level 3.
Got to be to 4.
Yeah. I believe it's a 3. Yep.
Wait, it's a level 3 ritual?
Yep.
Oh. Is it? Hang on.
Eyes of the Past is.
Do I have to have a specific time, or is it a time frame? Because the club has probably been open a couple hours, like 2 hours.
Yeah, about 2 hours. So I mean, like, you can just tell her to look back 2 hours. I don't think it matters too much. Like, yeah, I'll allow this. I'll allow it just to sort of, if she succeeds on this roll.
Then yeah.
All right. So first of all,
I'll have her do that.
she takes about 5 minutes or so.
She's like, okay, let me think. I was taught this a long time ago by, just gonna...
And she, what she does is she
She like, does somebody have a knife?
It's
Jack,
Elysium.
magic knife.
Oh my.
Cuts her wrist, drops some blood, does the ritual thing, so rouse check for that. She succeeds. And now let me roll. Actually, you know what? This is a very heightened situation for her, so she's going to blood buff. Gonna rouse again. It's another save.
A lot of powerful people watching.
Oh, no pressure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So modifies 2. Oops, I don't think I put any modifiers on there. Ah, she succeeded
Nice.
anyway.
5.
Okay. And she just kind of looks up, her eyes whitened, and she just says, he came in here with a man, I think
What man?
of Hispanic heritage. I think I saw him before. I think I heard his name was, what was his name? What was his name? He had something to do with bliss. I can't remember. I've seen him before.
Think girl. She said think girl.
I'm just gonna do a quick intelligence resolve for her, just to see if she can remember.
But if she heard her say bliss,
She definitely heard
she
bliss.
might kind of.
Oh yeah. Okay. Mario Garcia. They came in here kissing, and then suddenly he grabbed him by the head. He screamed in fear. He bit into him and killed him. Left enough blood to write the symbol before leaving. And she just collapses at
Thank
this
you.
point. And she, what? Did
Thank
it work?
you,
Did it work? I can't remember. I can never remember when I.
You can't
It
remember.
worked.
We may wish
Good
we may
job.
wish to omit the kissing when we report this to Cretians.
Mr. Ballard, would
I
you consider
don't-
this an emergency situation?
I would
If this isn't, what wouldn't be?
My thoughts?
I would be willing to accept that definition, yes.
Very well, Miss Hernandez, please.
Am I done here? I kind of want to go back to the chantry
Yes.
now, if that's okay.
Oh,
Who will you be
that's
telling about what you've just seen?
the parties are not done yet. Please.
No one's leaving.
Stay.
You heard the general.
But I want to go home.
No.
Sun-Chi is of no use to us at this point. It's clear that she wasn't involved.
No.
I helped you. I don't.
Sunshi, you did good, but can someone stay with her?
Come with me, Sunchi. We'll find you something to drink. You can sit down.
Am I in trouble? I don't. What did I do?
You-
Of course
No.
not.
You are the opposite of in trouble.
Okay. Is Disable gonna be mad with me?
No.
No.
Okay.
Okay.
And wanders off.
Rosa will address the rest of them. Who is this? Like, she wouldn't have any idea who this person is, would she?
She would know that it's Cretius's lover.
No, I meant the.
Mateo.
No. You wouldn't have any idea. Annabelle would be the only one that would know, and would know that they were the child of Kira Ripper, who owned Bliss, but tragically passed away during the burning down of Bliss.
So, Rosa will address everyone. Who the hell is this person? I've never heard of him before.
Nor have I.
I have.
Do I know some?
Me neither.
Okay.
Sorry, if I understood correctly, they were presumed dead?
No, they were dead. Kira,
They were
No,
dead.
Kira Ripper, his sire, is dead.
The
Burnt down.
Kira Ripper is dead.
Yeah.
Okay. And the person. Oh, so the person who did this, their sire is dead.
Yep.
Got it.
Burnt down in Bliss.
And Annabelle knew the sire, but not the person.
No, not really the child, but you knew of the child because they're Toreador.
Okay. Oh. Right. The one responsible is of my clan. Their sire dead, and then she gives the name of the sire that was killed by within Bliss.
them.
Should we not be ascertaining immediately, taking steps to at least, whether or not this person is still within the bounds of this club?
Yes.
Elise.
Chad.
I would assume that Khalid walking around with Sun Chi will probably prod to say, is this person still here? To which
absolutely
Sun Chi will look across the crowd as they're all kind of talking amongst each other, no one really dancing, and will say, no, I don't think he's here. I can't see him.
I'll tell Chad to find him on the cameras of when he entered the building.
Understood, ma'am.
At least we have a name with a person.
Understood.
Entrance and exit.
Understood. He walks away, goes down to the CCTV to go through that. Meanwhile, Khalid, you've taken Sun Chi to somewhere safe, and then you've made your way back. Take it away, everyone. What's the next movements? What's the next plan of action?
They are no longer here. They got in, did this, and got out.
I see.
So, the question is, why would a Toreador, who seemed to be part of Chicago, not part of the Camarilla as well, suddenly turn Sabbat?
Have you made any enemies recently, Elise?
You think too narrowly. Your possibility is on the table, but there are many reasons to write Sabbat on a wall.
Kieran.
Mr.
Just a quick reminder about one of the notes that Sister Riley told you. The vengeful artist. You'll find it.
I remember. I just didn't want to say.
I just want to know whether or not you want to say.
I remember. I just don't want to say.
I'm putting it on the table.
I don't want to say. I'm not. I don't know the name, and so of the person, and I'm choosing to not bring that information at this point.
Mr.
But I mean, Jack could. Jack has the same information as me.
Khalid, go ahead.
Mr. Martinez, does the name Daryl Hammer mean anything to you?
Yeah, he's a friend of mine that works in the CIA and who's also been helping with the program with the Second Inquisition.
If this has something to do with Bliss, you may wish to talk to them. See what you can find out.
It's kind of gone ghost. But I'll try to see if I can find them.
You may have to check if they are still alive.
Is this conversation being had in front of everyone or away?
I would assume so. Yeah.
Yes.
In front of everybody.
What was his name again?
Daryl Hammer. Now, if you have good technological skills, you may investigate this, otherwise be wary.
Annabelle, do you know something?
Not at this current moment, but point me in the right direction and I can make them sing like a canary.
It's likely that this is connected to the Samson situation.
I'm sure it is.
We know that there were more than Samson involved. We don't know who the individuals were, but it's reasonable to assume that this
Our
child
interrogation of the prisoner, who was found in Gary, Indiana.
Where is this?
She disclosed
prisoner?
Downstairs.
Perhaps we should visit this prisoner.
I think we have more pressing matters as of now. This means war. We need to act
Indeed it does.
immediately.
He disclosed that the what she called the fifth flame was the vengeful artist, someone connected with Bliss.
Bliss.
Oh, that
Artist
sounds familiar.
implies Toreador as well.
It's all coming together.
It's not good.
Now, at this point, do the power players decide to regroup inside the VIP area?
Yes, I think now is the time.
Just before we leave, Rosa will turn to the group, the coterie. Is there anything that you are leaving out that we need to know about?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment.
Bunny?
I've made full disclosure to Alexa. I assume that she's passed that information on. That they've passed
They haven't
information
had
on.
the chance to yet, but they will at some point. Yeah.
Jack doesn't know that.
Yeah.
Bunny.
I don't know
Sorry,
that
go
either.
ahead.
I would like to use the Scry the Soul in the sense of kind of like scanning to see if there's any like deceit going on.
On anyone in particular?
Doesn't really.
Am I?
Yeah, you have to target a
Yeah, you have to
particular
target
person
it,
to
yeah.
describe the soul.
Is there not a way for me to like?
You can, but that's to find a specific person in a crowd of people and such.
Oh, I see. Never mind then.
So, the 5 power players. Wait, 1, 2, 3. 4 power. 5 power players. Maths.
Where is Jason Newberry in all this?
Yeah, what the fuck's Newberry? I'm
Newberry is actually at the door when you all exit.
Club.
Newberry is the vengeful artist. He's the guy who did it.
Jason, as you open the door, Jason's like, what is happening here? Seems like there's quite a hubbub happening. Is that blood I smell?
Newberry to the room.
Oh, okay, all right.
Get to the VIP room.
Very well. Cretius didn't seem... All right, very well. You all enter.
Is it possible for Horatio to be the last power player to leave, or will...
Rosa was planning on it, but
I'm gonna stay with I can't remember his
Mudavir.
name. Mudavir.
Murder guy.
It's a hard name. Mudavir.
Murder guy.
Elise is gonna stay with.
I'm just gonna,
Mudavir.
I'm gonna say because you didn't get your opportunity, Ballard, to speak, to speak to the coterie. This can be the chance.
yeah, I'll let.
And take it away. It's just Ballard and the rest of the coterie in the bathroom with this dead body. Yeah.
Well, this is certainly a unique location for business such as this, but before I take my leave for a much more important meeting, it would be remiss of me not to inform the 4 of you of something very important. Dare I say, it would be, well, simply cruel. So, very briefly, you should know that the 4 of you, 5 technically, though one of you is beyond my reach now, have a ledger with me. Perhaps you are unaware. I shall remind you of 2 instances. The first, a unfortunate Second Inquisition raid upon, I believe, this very club. Did you know you were spotted being hauled out of a building by a SWAT team? Did you know that footage was taken of you by the crowd? That footage is gone now. You're welcome. Second incident, and he's going through a sheaf of documents. Ah, yes, the unfortunate business on the L track. Points at Elise, points at Jack. Your faces were captured on closed-circuit television. Very unfortunate to be seen so close to a, well, disaster such as that. That footage is gone now. You're welcome. Many resources were spent in seeing that these dilemmas disappeared. I don't begrudge that, of course. I won't insult your intelligence by saying I did it for you. No, I did it for the Camarilla. I did it for our Masquerade. But I still did it. And that means you have a ledger with me. 2 notches.
What does this ledger with you mean?
Well, if a ledger is not balanced, then that is a problem. I have lived a long time, and I intend to live longer. And I have survived as long as I have by making the most of every resource at my disposal. There will come a time in which you will have an opportunity to repay me. We could even make a deal. Well, I had hoped to have a lengthy meeting in which the terms of a deal were negotiated, but my presence is requested. Suffice to say that I am not unreasonable. Every tool has its purpose, and I would want to use the four of you in a manner that suits you as well as it does I. But you owe me nonetheless. This will not go away. You cannot pretend it is not here. There will come a time when I will have an opportunity for you to repay that debt. I suggest very strongly that you listen when the call comes.
I have a question.
Oh, of course.
So you said that we have 2 notches.
Indeed.
And you didn't do it for us, but you did it for the Camarilla.
Indeed.
So, what this coterie did when we found out who took out the sheriff of Chicago and caused the explosion, we did it for the Camarilla, right? And then,
I imagine.
Taking out Samson as well, which would have been a big mess.
Bigger.
We did that
mess
for
at
the
very least.
We did that for the Camarilla as well.
Had our actions, which resulted in Elise's and my faces being captured on CCTV cameras, not been taken, it would have been a much greater expenditure of resources on your part. In
So
that
we
instance,
kind of,
at the very least.
so we saved you money. Did we not?
Do you have the paperwork to prove exactly how much money you saved me? You note again that he has a sheaf of documents in his hand.
Be honest, I didn't think, naively, I see now, we needed to keep track of that, but...
Life is full of lessons, young ones.
Yes, this is a hard learned one, it seems.
Again, I do not think you should look upon this as a negative thing. Have you considered your position tonight? All of the most powerful people in this city are gathered here, and we have very important things to discuss. We would also have on our table a discussion of the four of you on the risks versus rewards of your continued operation. There have already been discussions about how best to address your future. And mark me when I say this. It isn't simply a question of which direction your future goes in. It is a question of whether you will have one. Now I am invested in your continued operation. Evidently, I have a ledger. I would like to see it balanced. So, I am prepared to speak in favor of your continuing to see these nights.
Well, Horatio, I'm more than willing to help you balance your ledger.
Good.
And even after that as well.
Of course.
I've every job given to me, I've gotten done. And I've only been Kindred for less than 6 months. My first go around was I got the job done in 2 weeks of being a kindred. So I'm more than capable.
I have heard wonderful things about all 4 of you in terms of your talents and skills. Other less wonderful things about your predictability, loyalties. Which is why I make my deals in writing. But there is no time to sign a contract today. Rest assured, 2 notches, that is all. If those are filled and balanced and I am impressed with your work, then there will be a 3rd offer, one which you can happily refuse. For one of you, more of you, perhaps all. But once we enter into that stage of business, then you will benefit immensely. There is nothing in this city that I cannot see done.
I look forward to that meeting then.
Well, I take it your silent compatriots are satisfied also? He looks to Lou and Jack, who haven't spoken recently.
We'll show how useful we are.
I look forward to it. Lou?
We'll get it done, we always do.
Perfect. I shall be in touch. You have one chance. Is there any line that you are not willing to cross? Let this be a gesture of good faith. I will hear you now, and I will adjust my expectations accordingly. Call it a veto. Speak. You will not get another.
I'm not going to murder anybody for you.
Fair.
I won't kill him.
Murder any
anyone. I won't kill anyone innocent, and I won't betray my coterie.
He has a pen in his hand, opens his sheet of documents, and he is writing what he is hearing. To Jack. Any limits?
I won't endanger myself or my coterie mates.
Good man.
Those important to me, let's say.
All of those wishes shall be accounted for, and nothing that I ask you will infringe upon any of them. That is my guarantee, and I look forward to a very beneficial arrangement. This went better than I expected. Good luck with the corpse.
And with that, Horatio walks away. And I'm going to say that everyone here would have filled in Ellen Sovereign on what happened when Horatio walks in. And Ellen Sovereign looks at Horatio and says, well, I guess we are all here now. Such intense happenings, I guess.
My apologies, I needed some air after such a ghastly situation.
Indeed. So,
Okay.
we should discuss what's happened here, I guess.
Yeah.
We are one
Let's
short,
not fluff about.
but I doubt Cretius will want to be here right now.
No. So we have a member of this Seven Flames attacking an Elysium.
It seems so.
We need to sort everything out tonight and start making our own moves.
Great.
Despite Cretius's unfortunate absence, we can't hold off our progress because of it.
Indeed. It's not like the brouhaha did much for the Camarilla anyway, so let's get down to brass tacks.
I believe we have declared the situation an emergency, Jason, which means the lead of this conversation should fall to our general.
I didn't know we had voted on that, but I defer to the general.
You missed the action. You would have been outvoted if you'd said any different. So.
Clearly.
What are we going to do with this coterie? I think we should mobilize them against this, because they have been personally attacked. They should at least help us out.
They have emotional stake in all of this, but my fear is that together they're a liability.
I trust Elise and Ace. I know them very well. I don't know of Lou Pierce. And I don't overly trust Jack.
Almost
Binds
on
them
cue. At that point, there is a knock at the door. Helen Sovereign will sigh, get up, and open. On the other side of the door is a dark-skinned, bald man who is Alan Sovereign's child, Eric Shaw. He's
I come here to advise that Mr. Maxwell wishes to talk with all of you, if it is appreciative.
Rosa will look at the group.
We're currently in the business of talking.
Very well. I'll grab Mr. Maxwell. He wants to discuss some things. I'll be right back in a moment.
Takes at a moment, but allows you all a chance to speak amongst each other as he grabs Maxwell. Is there any conversation?
I am so happy he's found the time to speak with us in these
What of him?
dire times.
You sound it.
In a moment, Maxwell walks through the door, dressed in a suit. He looks at all of you and bows, and he says, "I apologize for interrupting your meeting, but I think it is very obvious that there's something going on. Cretius being whisked away, and you all meeting in an emergency fashion shortly after. I hope I'm not overstepping my bounds, where I'm to assume that there is no Brujah representation here right now."
Oh, I see what this is.
Convenient timing.
Isn't it just?
I am merely reading the room. I am a former prince of Chicago, after all. I think my input might be beneficial, and I do not want the clan of Brujah to be left off the table, so to speak.
And I'm sure Cretius would definitely appreciate his clan's voice being heard. You didn't have the time to ask him, I assume?
No, not at all. In fact, Cretius and I, we have our disagreements on how things should be. But I am willing to be the voice of the Brujah and put my own personal ambitions aside, because I think it is unfair for whatever is happening here to not have the Brujah represented.
As much as I don't like it, what was it Critias said once? In the spirit of democracy.
Indeed. And I will carry that spirit in this meeting.
I would suggest that you may have voice and representation here, but the decision-making shall fall upon those who have earned the right.
That is more than fair. All I wish is to speak my perspective.
Well, speak.
Indeed.
He looks at a chair and he's, "May I sit with you all? Or do you want me just to stand and answer questions and speak awkwardly?"
Tempting.
Sit.
Please.
Very well. He sits down, taking up the Brujah representation for this portion of the meeting. Go ahead.
You were saying, Rosa, about this coterie.
Yes. Well, I've made my stance on what I believe. I think they can work together, but they have been at the center of literally everything that has gone wrong in the last couple of weeks.
We were previously talking about how we need to bolster our numbers, not diminish them. So taking them out of the picture would be counterproductive to what we're aiming for currently. And as far as we're concerned, they've operated in our favor thus far, albeit creating problems of their own. When they work together, my issue lies with the fact that when they work together, often things go awry, which is perhaps something that we may be able to work around if they are perhaps made, not allowed to work together as a coterie, then we may avoid some of these unnecessary wrongdoings while still utilizing their respective talents.
It is certainly an option to have them divided, though the shape in which that takes would need to be carefully considered. Disrupting their comfort, shall we say, while I do not give a thought for their feelings, might have an impact on their results. Oversight is the word that I would use and stress most heavily in terms of what this coterie needs. Perhaps when they act together, they should be acting while also overseen, acting while watched. Or perhaps they can be separated, but in a controlled fashion. We need to find a way that will keep them working hard, but also keep them working perhaps more carefully than they have.
There needs to be consequences for breaching the Masquerade.
Oh, yes.
I've had my wolves follow them. They aren't the best at keeping the Masquerade together.
How expensive has it been to cover up all of their mistakes, Mr. Ballard?
There is a ledger, and that ledger is not one of my lighter ones. I won't lie to you. Any of you gathered here, I have thoughts on how our coterie in question may balance that out. I brought it up with them, and they did not seem opposed. So for my part, I too agree that turning them into piles of dust would be bad. I won't pretend that's not for selfish reasons.
May I interject for a moment? This whole time, Alan Sovereign's just kind of been filling him in on everything, just sort of keeping him up to date. The task of the Sabbat, the Samson, I will freely admit I was the one who asked them to look into it. And they have performed, well, not quite as clean as would have liked, but they have brought results. They've brought this to light. Now, I think Mr. Ballard has brought up a brilliant... He's taken the words out of my mouth. Babysitters. I think we need babysitters for this group to flourish.
A shadow for the coterie.
And I'm more than willing to offer myself for that purpose, if you'd be willing.
Now let's get this clear. You just pointed out your involvement in their most recent mess.
Indeed.
In the same breath, you suggest yourself a capable, suitable babysitter. Is the mess that just occurred not one of the very things we are seeking to minimize?
Indeed, but it would have been a bigger mess if we'd left it unchecked, no? It would have been disaster upon greatest calamity. I feel if I had more influence over their night to night, if it was my job, then things could have gotten better. Could have been quieter.
What is your attraction to this coterie? Why do you want to keep working with them time and time again? What's so special about them to you?
So interested.
They are eclectic. Some of them don't agree with my vision of the future. Some of them do. But I find it refreshing talking to a young new kindred, a Toreador who is very idealistic, and a Zemisi who is quite a boon if you have them in the right pocket. I will admit I haven't spoken to Mr. Pierce at all. But if you want to know what my fascination with them is, well, they helped me out of a jam.
So your rationale is purely sentimental with not a drop of politics in the ocean?
Oh, there's always politics involved, Mr. Ballard. Make no mistake.
Yes, I was about to tell you no one in this room believed that, but I see that you are up to speed.
Make no mistake. I intend to use them as an arm to help my cause, but I'm willing to put my political ambitions aside, reclaim the city that is rightfully mine, as he looks at you, Ballard. Clearly, like, your sire fucked me over kind of a look. I'm willing to put all that aside, so we can snuff this right now. I will be their caretakers. If you don't trust me, perhaps you trust Eric.
Your cause is to take the reins of the Camarilla in this city, and you want to become the overseer of this coterie so you can achieve those aims. Am I getting that straight?
Indeed. I don't see any point of subterfuge or trying to hide my intentions.
Annabelle, what do you think about this?
I'm in favor.
Is that so?
Yes.
Might I counterpoint?
Please.
Instead of entrusting all of them to just you, we divide them, as Sierra has suggested. Keep them in a coterie, but each individual is to be looked over by different kindred.
Acceptable.
That feels safer.
I, for one, find Mr. Martinez's skills very, very helpful. And with the proper guidance under our hound, Gabriella, they could become, well, a force to really protect the Camarilla.
Well, I just, by golly, I very much trust our ex-prince to not lead us astray and that everything would go perfectly according to plan.
I wish I had the foreseeing powers to really know that, but I think that is a brilliant idea, Khaled. In fact, how about I propose this? Sierra looks after Lou. Khaled looks after Ace. Annabelle looks after Elise. Myself looks after Jack, or if you don't trust me, perhaps myself and someone else. And Ballard looks after the group as a whole. They are in his ledger, after all, from what I hear.
Now, Maxwell, you did just admit that you believe that Jack is a boon that you wish to use. And now saying that you being a shadow over him would imply some sort of, I call bullshit.
Ulterior motive, so to speak.
Why would someone say such a thing?
I am fond of
it's
Jack, I will admit. We see eye to eye on many things. But I am willing to step away if you are wanting to be his shadow, Rosa.
See, I'm not fond of Jack, and therefore I believe I would be a good shadow.
Indeed. Very well. Perhaps I'm out of the equation completely, which is fine. I did admit that it behooves me for this coterie to continue. So, I will merely stay away on the sidelines. I am just a guest here after all, despite being a former prince.
Wow.
A welcome guest.
That being said, the majority of your proposal, with the amendment made for Ms. Hernandez's excellent point, does not strike me as a poor one. My interests are covered after all. And there are checks and balances on all involved. My business, well, you will all see a part of that, thanks to your personal connections with the individuals, and in this particular arrangement, none of you either is left completely alone. We will all keep each other honest.
Except me. I've got no one right now. What is going...
You just joined the conversation. I respect you, Maxwell, but you just joined the conversation.
That was Jason.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I don't respect you, Jason. Fuck off.
Let me dial that back.
Yeah, Jason, I don't understand. Fine. You all want this coterie to live, whatever. But the point is, we have 2 Sabbat in there, and I say we just cut our losses. We have a Sabbat who's just killed one of our primogens, ghouls, in the bathroom. Just cut him off, I'd say.
Just because they are of a particular clan does not mean they are of a particular sect.
Oh, convenient for you to say, Sierra then, Burris.
Is there not a thing called anti-tribute?
Jason, please. There is a solution to this. We've divided the coterie amongst ourselves. You can have the 5th one, the Malkavian. Perhaps you can place him on your mantelpiece in an urn. He was of your clan, right?
Quite suitable, I think.
One of your representatives.
Generous of you,
so to speak.
Ballard. So generous indeed.
If it behooves you, son, perhaps we may divide you with another as well. Say, Elise, you may share.
Agreeable. I agree with that. Elise is a firecracker. She's a go-getter, and I actually want to have a talk with her about some things that she's kept from me, but I will agree.
Does Annabelle?
Do all of us.
Doesn't matter
My
to me.
interests have been spoken for. I do not care how it shakes out.
I trust Annabelle to even out the influence on Elise.
I welcome it.
So be
And
it.
With that, I am going to, because this is already, we're at 5 hours now, gang. I was going to do the one-on-ones, but I feel like that's going to take far too much time to just do. So unless there's any important ones that we want to do, that might be something that we will shelve, unless there's somebody that you especially would like to talk to from the coterie.
I'm happy to shelve it.
Very well.
Especially given it's almost 3 a.m. where you are, isn't it?
Oh god.
Well, it's later for Rachel, and we shall end this session with something that I definitely want to do. Now, Elise, before we cut to the thing that I want to do, does the coterie have any words between each other over tonight's events?
Yeah.
We'll quickly go over that.
I'm assuming we're in the bathroom still.
Yep.
Elise. Alright, we started? Excellent. Ace turns to Elise like, Elise, how the fuck did this happen? Didn't every guest check in?
Yes, but Ace, we're kindred. Some of us can go invisible. Some of us have abilities that can overpower humans. I can only do so much with what was given under the time frame that I had in order to orchestrate this. This is exactly why I was so nervous and why I am so suspicious of the opportunity that was provided to me.
Besides that, Jack and what happened with the wolf pack? I didn't know any of this happened. How come you didn't share any of this information? I thought we were going to be honest with each other.
That was ages ago. I thought we shared that information with you. That
I will
we went to go drop off.
recall the conversation because I've written it down lately. It was, you said shit went down, we need to talk about it, and you never talked about it because a lot of other things happened in between.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's
and Joe and Ace was like,
then I'll just apologize. I'm sorry, Ace. I thought that I had talked to you about it. It was as simple as we went to meet the wolf pack.
Been a big week, kid.
Yeah.
With Maxwell?
We didn't go with Maxwell. Maxwell was there though.
Wolfpack were working for him. He called him off, and then one of the anarchs took out most of the Wolfpack. We got Maxwell out of there.
Sorry to put you guys in a... I didn't know. I didn't mean to put you guys in a situation like that. I was just giving you information on you.
Wasn't you. That was me. That's on my head.
The Wolfpack wanted Jack because you don't disrespect the Wolfpack, but also they...
Fuck the Wolverines.
Exactly. I didn't mean to keep it from you. It's just with everything else that happened, Lou and T's best friend and all that, everything else just took priority. That seems like it was a year ago. But
the whole thing with Horatio, fucking insensitive asshole. I mean, fuck, right? There's a body here. And
well, not just that. The fact that we are put in a position to serve the Camarilla, which barely exists in this goddamn city, and then blamed for it. Typical Kindred shitting on the little guys. I'm sick of it.
It doesn't mean shit. These guys been around for, I think, centuries, and it took somebody who's 2 weeks old to figure out who did the whole entire explosion. And
it's what they always do.
And no credit for that. It's fucking...
It's the game that they play.
Why do you think I spent so much time out in the woods, away from as many people as I can?
I think that's the best idea I've ever heard. Just get away from everybody.
Anyways, they're talking about us, and it looks like we have our skins for now, so we just gotta keep our heads down and do what they ask. And I don't mind working and helping the Camarilla anyways. With Krisha,
I don't particularly like helping any of the governing bodies of Kindred. At this point, I believe all the ones that currently exist are not serving the interests of the Kindred in the best way that they could be. But I don't think we have much of a choice.
Yeah, the only one that doesn't want to do any underhanded tactics is Crucius. He's the most level-headed there, but it is what it is.
I agree with you on that one.
I am
not now.
Skeptical that any Kindred as old as Crucius is not have an ulterior motive in everything he does.
Fair enough, but anyways, like I said, I don't mind helping the Camarilla, so whatever.
We'll do what we have to do to survive for as long as we have to do it, in the hopes that one day we won't have to anymore.
And with that, the coterie decide. Chad walks in, and we'll deal with we'll bring the body down to the basement. He's got like a body bag that he can kind of subtly bring the body down. The coterie go to leave the bathroom. When they do, what they find is no longer are the Kindred in attendance whispering and gossiping amongst one another. Instead, they are surrounded by another figure who is there. A tall, beautiful lady with long brown hair, a leather jacket with rhinestones in the collar. And as soon as the four of you exit, she smiles at all four of you, and she makes her way towards you. And she says, "I'm so sorry for being late. I was dealing and attending with other things." And she looks at the three others, and Portia, by the way, I'm Elise's friend. When you look at her,
never mentioned to you.
When you look at her and are around her, it's very hard to form words almost, to be coherent, but you're still able to form sentences. It's just, it takes an extra bit of effort to do so.
At least never mentioned you.
Such a shame.
I'm sure I have.
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't your fault, my dear. I actually wanted to speak to your coterie mate, Jack. Care to have a dance?
Of course.
Takes your hand, walks away to the dance floor as almost all the kindred around you sort of circle, and you're just dancing, and in the dance floor as a slow song just comes on, and she says, "Well, you were not quite as brave on the pier as your reputation precedes you, Mr. Jack Davis."
The last time I heard someone else's voice in my head, let's say if I was in that state again, I wouldn't be much help to anyone.
Oh, I didn't mean it in any kind of malicious way. I merely wanted you to join myself and Elise. I only care for the best for her, as I'm sure you do.
I hope that's the case.
Indeed. So, what is Zamisi doing here in Chicago?
Surviving.
Indeed, these are very troubling times. And I'm sure the little council upstairs are busy plotting your future. I'm sure that doesn't feel great for somebody who is used to freedom and liberty.
These are trying times. It's not safe to be on my own anymore.
Indeed.
If freedom's the price of my survival.
I can guarantee your survival, Jack. You've heard me in your head. You know what I can do. I only wish for you to do one thing for me, and I need you to roll me a composure plus intelligence, please.
Oh, I know that roll anyway.
And I will point out, she is not making eye contact with you because you are trying to avoid this, but it doesn't matter in this instance. It really does not matter.
I didn't think that anything would matter. Sorry, did you say composure plus intelligence? Is there even really a point to me?
Oh, you could. You know, she could roll poorly.
Action.
Let's go.
She does arouse for that. Oh, hot damn.
That is why.
Holy shit.
Messy critical.
Holy hell.
9 successes is amazing.
That is
And as
very,
we
very
get
good.
Portia's roll, just brace yourselves for the most amount of dice you'll ever see in one place.
Yeah, I just need to...
207 dice.
I need to remember what... Fuck! I didn't write it down what her potency gives her. Hang on, give me 1 second.
Every 2 levels gives you an extra dice, basically, in blood potency.
And she is... That doesn't seem right to me. Hang on. I'm just going to confer to the sheet.
Just letting you guys know, my heart is just fucking racing.
So is
right
mine.
now. Like legitimately.
Gonna be so gutted That's the best roll I've ever seen.
It's so good.
I mean, if Portia wants you, that's all that it matters.
Discipline
like, if she wants
bonuses.
you,
Actually,
you're
I should
got.
look at.
Yeah,
At
sorry. Discipline bonus
bonuses.
is what I was referring to. It's every 2 levels you get 1 dice, 1 extra dice. Every 2 levels of blood potency.
And that's just for.
And I believe it goes up to
level
2 blood potency 3.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is going to be quite a juicier roll than what she normally would do.
Fucking hell.
14 successes and a messy critical. They both got messy.
Oh my god.
Just the dirtiest dancing you've ever seen.
She's just going to whisper in your ear, Jack, and she's just going to say, "You will submit to the blood bond when you're asked. You will submit to that because that will be the price. And when Maxwell is on top of his throne, you will turn on him when the time is right." And this only just makes sense because why would you support a Camarilla? And what she's doing in this instance as well is she's doing 2 things right now. She's doing Submerge Directive and she's doing Rationalize. So this directive is going to be submerged and you are going to rationalize this for whenever it happens.
Yeah.
And then she moves away, kisses you on the cheek, and says, "Thank you for the dance." Walks away, looks over at you, Elise, and just says, "Pleasure, as always, my dear." And walks off. Unless there is any final words our power players want to have amongst each other or with the coterie, that is a brilliant place, I think, to end things. Well, thank you all so much for this amazing, epic session. This was fantastic. This was fun. Let's just do one final run around with everyone just to say who you are and shill what you want to shill. We'll start with Z.
I'm Zrader. I stream on Twitch. You can watch me there if you want.
I'm Kieran, aka Caradan0. I stream at twitch.tv/Caradan0. And yeah, I think I mentioned it maybe before we started recording, but I am going to be playing my first playthrough of VTM Bloodlines in a couple of weeks, starting on Friday the 25th of March. Was going to be doing it just in Discord, but potentially might do it on my Twitch channel. We'll see.
I will be there for that stream. My name is Rachel. I'm playing Elise, the Toreador, and I stream on Twitch under Sweetbeat, SWTBEAT, but I haven't for mental health reasons lately. So you can follow me to keep up with when I come back.
Hey LARPers, this is Joe Jotaro. I play Ace, Alec Martinez, and you can find me on Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays on Twitch. PST times, usually 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock. And yeah, a variety streamer. Thanks.
I'm Phoebe, and I've been playing General Rosa Hernandez. I'm at Sherbrooke Waters on all things, and I stream at Sherbrooke Waters on Twitch on Mondays.
I am Gavarok. I've been playing Horatio Ballard, who is mostly satisfied with how things turned out. I stream 5 nights a week, Wednesdays through to Sundays, Australian evening night time, mostly playing Final Fantasy XIV with a bit of variety here and there to keep my sanity. You can find me on twitch.tv/Gavarok or Twitter @Gavarok. I'm also playing D&D once a week on Tuesdays at the moment at twitch.tv/PolishedCryptid. I play a tiny monk named Velen who has had his soul split in half. Didn't hurt.
Hello, everybody. I am Ethan. I've been playing Khaled, the Nosferatu Primogen. And you can find me at Ethan and Dragons everywhere. And keep an eye on the channel because more of these lovely, lovely people are going to be forced into more of my games because we can't get enough of them.
Hi everyone, I'm Beck. I've been playing Sierra Van Buris, the La Sombra. You can find me on Twitch here at Zeit_Poltergeist, where I have variety streams sometimes. I play Vampire Dark Ages once a week with some of these people, and I'll be playing another game very soon, so keep an eye out on the channel. And aside from that, yeah, just I'm on Twitter, I'm everywhere, just vibing.
And I am Satanic__Bunny, the very humble Annabelle for this evening, and it was a pleasure to invade your dreams this evening. You can find me on Twitch.
And I was your storyteller, Unemployed Writer. This was incredible, everyone. I think you all did an amazing job. Thank you all so much for joining. You can catch me on RolePlayeNights, RolePlayeNights. Spelled that right, I believe. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see how this is all going to go. General Rosa Hernandez. That is something I did not expect from tonight. But thank you all so much. Goodbye. The camera opens back as we fade into downtown Chicago. A small clinic where Alan Sovereign is walking.
Is the doctor in? Amy, is it?
Oh, sure. Go right on up.
My thanks. Doctor? I was wondering if the good doctor could help me with a sensitive matter. I'm sure you've heard of the troublesome coterie in Chicago. We decided it was best to continue to let them operate, but under strict supervision. Those of the Primogen Council have more important matters to attend to, but Mr. Ballard told me in confidence that you might be fit for this job. You'd be doing what a good doctor would by making sure they don't get into any more trouble. Can I count on your assistance with this matter?
Oui, I think I can do that. No problem.